All righty, the time is 6 o'clock. This is the August 17th meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Our first order of business is to adjourn into work session. We will return for general session starting around 6:30. With that, I'll adjourn us into our work session.
Yeah, where's the lawyer today?
You good to go?
Yeah. So,
We're on.
no. Cammy, do we have the recorder?
We don't need it.
Okay.
All righty, the time is 6:02 and we're in work session. We'll start with the roll call this evening. I'm Commissioner Haas, Chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Vice Chair Portman, he is arriving. He says here with thumbs up. Commissioner Sue Blankenship.
Present.
Cindy Bishop.
Present.
Freddie Guerra.
Here.
Ed Marr.
Present.
And our new Commissioner Kent Hafeman.
Hafeman here.
Hafeman, how are you, Kent?
Very good.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you.
All righty, I'll introduce Mary Perlin Boswell. She'll introduce staff. We got a loaded work session and meeting tonight. So Mary, take it away.
Yes, sir. So,
I thought we were getting a spiel.
spiel. Oh, our new commissioner.
Oh.
Kent Haveman. Do you want to introduce yourself, Kent?
I certainly can.
Just a couple words.
Yeah, my name is Kent Hafeman. I've lived in Coppell for about 27 years now. I work in the electric industry, electric and lighting industry, and have been doing that for quite a while. I'm also a real estate broker. My license is in California, and I advise family office, wealthy people who have, real estate holdings. So that's what I do out there, and I also have a license here in Texas. That basically is on hold right now because I just am not real active with it here in Texas. I've been in the real estate development, land development, and building for many years. It was actually my first career, 17, 18 years or so, building large developments, apartment projects, senior housing projects. I worked as a vice president for Home Capital, which was a large master plan community developer, and so I ran some of those projects and so on and so forth. Very familiar with the entitlement process. I've been through many projects like that, and I'm just honored to be here. So, and to serve our community.
Glad to have you.
Well, thank you.
Thanks for volunteering.
Yeah, my pleasure.
All right, Mary, fire away.
All right, so
I was volunteering,
staff.
but maybe both.
Just say we should recuse himself, that's all I gotta say. So, I'm gonna introduce staff here tonight. So myself, Mary Boswell, senior planner. We got Matt Steer, development services administrator. Cole Baker, our EIT graduate engineer. Mr. Louis Raheel, assistant director of community development. Desiree Woolman, code compliance officer. Katie Terry, code compliance officer. Vandana, I'm gonna butcher your name. Saya, senior administrative assistant. Shelby Fletcher, senior administrative assistant. Kim McGee, planning secretary, and Mr. Lane Klein, project manager.
Thank you for joining us tonight.
I think they came for the free food.
So I don't think we have anyone signed up for citizens appearance that I know
I
of.
haven't seen anyone. I didn't see anyone. Okay.
So item 4?
Yes, let's review the cases.
Oh, yeah.
Item 5 on the agenda.
All right, so item 5,
East Haven?
East Haven. Mr. Steer will give us a little rundown.
Okay, so this one's kind of an odd case, not typical of a case that comes before you, but in 2013, East Haven was approved for their subdivision, 58 lots, and they had 3 common areas. Well, part of that approval consisted of their tree preservation plan. And so they came forward trying to remove 5 of their trees in a common area lot, which requires a tree removal permit. Well, we assessed the fees, and it came to like $11,000. And the reason why they wanted to remove these trees was it was a nuisance to the adjacent property owner and the adjacent subdivision. And so if it was typically a residence to residence, then we wouldn't charge any tree mitigation fees. But because this is a common area lot adjacent to the residence, and the trees were located in the common area lot, we would charge the fees. So simply, they're coming through asking for a change to their tree preservation plan at this level, and then at city council level, they're going to ask for a waiver of the fees. So your recommendation tonight would be a waiver or an amendment to their tree preservation plan, essentially. And so we are in support of it. The type of trees are Leland cypress, which have these, they're called knees, which are roots that come up out of the ground and make grass hard to grow and do damage to retaining walls and other structures. So we are, in support of the request. Are there any questions regarding that case?
Are there any potential negative effects or precedent here that we're dealing with?
Not that I'm aware of. This is a very unique case.
So,
How many trees are removed?
so how many of the original developer did not put the trees in, they were already existing?
Those were existing. Actually, those had been planted by the property owners that are east of there, that lived in this location. They had been planted there to absorb some of the water because it was like a drainage, it was kind of a swamp. And so these
okay.
trees sucked up all the drainage there.
Okay, I was
And
gonna say,
they
because
matured
they're
quite a
very
bit.
neatly spaced
Yeah.
by God, so.
So yeah, they were planted, but not by the East Haven subdivision.
Got it, okay.
Any other questions on that one? Okay. Next case is the 812 DeForest, and that's PD 310 SF12 Cameron Country Lot 1 Block 1. So this should be an easy case. That's what we were thinking. Initially, they came forward. They said we want to put in a pool house and a stone wall in the front. We convinced them not to put up a full stone wall, 7-foot high stone wall. We asked them to include the decorative iron elements because it is the front yard of a residence. So they went back, they amended their plans, and so they're matching the stone from the wall to the west, and then they've included this decorative iron element to the top. They do have gates, which are set back 20 foot from the pavement, which allows for a vehicle to pull off the road, wait for the gate to open, and then enter the property, so they're not going to be stacking on the road. But we have got a lot of concern from the adjacent neighbors. Some of the neighbors were concerned about the accessory dwelling unit, or the accessory structure becoming an accessory dwelling unit. That means it's capable of housing a family or a person. And so to combat that, we've added a condition that says that it shall not be used as an accessory dwelling unit. And then also, we do have our STR regulations in place, which, if anything is ever a short-term rental, they'll have to come through the SUP process, which you're going to witness a case tonight, part of our previous ordinance amendment. So we do have some concerns related to this location and the wall and the gates impacting the traffic, because we do have a stop sign that's nearby, we've got an intersection that's nearby, and then we've got an alley that drives up onto the forest nearby. So I'll present all those responses to you in the public, but In terms of the accessory dwelling unit, or the accessory building, it is taller than the 16-foot that we had just approved for a larger than 150 square foot accessory structure. They're proposing to go up to 23 foot and 3 inches. But the reason for that is because they're going to match the main structure, which has a really steep gable pitch. So I'll show you pictures of their residence and the accessory structure next to that. But are there any questions on that?
Is it the appropriate distance from the back property line?
Yes, it is meeting all the setback requirements. Yes, ma'am.
Did you have your hand right
No,
now?
that's fine.
Does the building have a bathroom in it?
Yes, it does. Yeah. It'll have a shower, a toilet, and it'll also have a sink.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions on that one?
The main concerns for the unit was just what, that someone would
That-
come in and occupy it?
That it would become, someone would occupy it, correct.
But their purpose is a pool? For
It's a pool house. Yeah, it's 4 restrooms and it's also got a little game room for the kids to play.
How is that monitored in reality?
Yeah.
In reality, if they do rent it, we do have a rental inspection that comes through the Community Development Department, as well as if they do a short-term rental, they need to come through the SUP process and pay hot taxes. So
And that's like renting the pool out for a function, I've seen those now on.
if they do, I believe it does include pools. I'm looking for Louis here.
I don't think they've added, we haven't added pools
Oh,
yet.
okay. We haven't?
added the pools.
Okay. But if they're using the house for,
How many neighbors objected?
so we sent out a certain number within 200 feet. Let's see here, 26 notices within 200 feet. We received 1 response in favor and 3 in opposition to that distance. And then we sent out 221 courtesy notices within 800 feet. And we've received about 14 responses on that one. And that's the courtesy. The majority are negative, some opposed to one, in favor of the other, the accessory structure or the wall. So,
Any issues with the height in terms of like sight lines from the,
well, so one of the neighbors was concerned about the height of the structure, and he is the neighbor that's most affected by it.
And what were your feelings about the height? Was that a problem for you as far as the department's concerned?
In terms of our recommendation, we're recommending approval of it, and it's simply because the structure matches the architecture of the main structure, and if it was pitched down and 16 foot, it wouldn't
It wouldn't look
as
right, yeah.
nice.
I mean, it's a pretty home, so
Yeah.
you'd want to match it, of course.
Absolutely.
But the house is 2-story, right? And the floor thing is 1 story? Or-
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So, item number 7. So this is a public hearing for, this is our first STR that's come through. So if you remember, back in May, we did change we added STRs that are now required to have an SUP. So this is the first one. Well, we should be having more. We have about 10 in the city right now. So they all expire sometime between January to March. So they need to come through this process, which is about a 60-day process. So in order for them to continue, to be able to continue without a break in service or interruption in service. So this one here is on 416 K Street. It is an existing STR. The resident, she lives there, the property owner, she lives there. She only rents out 1 room of this house. She's been doing it since about 2018, 2019. If you go on the Airbnb, she's like a super host. She has a circular drive, so she's got area for, 2 cars in the garage, at least 2 to 4 cars on the circular drive. We did check with code enforcement, the police, in terms of have we had any issues with this address. They indicated that there haven't been any issues relating to STR use for that address. We checked with finance, she's up to date on her hot taxes. And so with this one here, we could send out notices, 23 within 200 feet, another 140 within 800 feet. I had 2 phone calls where people had walked by and saw the sign. So I kind of talked them through, what's happening, what's going on. It's not like it's changing into some kind of, business or multifamily or something. So they didn't really have any objection. Then I had 2 reply notices within the 200 feet in favor, and then I had 1 reply that was 800 feet out, and they were opposed to it. So we are actually recommending approval of this request. Basically so what'll happen is if they get their SUP approved, so I'm gonna say SUP, but this is actually a PD, and it's only a PD because it's already a PD. So it's kind of alphabet soup at this point. It does the same effect. So the conditions would be that they need to get the STR permit, which is the annual permit that they're gonna have to get anyway, and that they notify us if there's any property ownership changes. And then item 8.
Mary, I did have a question on that last one, and
Yeah.
no, we're not voting on it, but just out of curiosity, why are they asking for the fees to be waived?
So she's an elderly woman who does this kind of to supplement her income. And so a lot of this money kind of detracts from the odd money that she does take in for this site.
Thank you.
So it's not something that you guys are gonna, it's not in your purview, but she will be asking for that at city council.
Okay, thank you.
And she was also doing this before we passed the ordinance, correct?
Right, she's been doing this since like 2019, 2018. So, her neighbors are well aware of this.
And on change of property ownership, does the STR stay with the property, or
It does, unless we physically go and repeal it.
Wait,
So that's the reason why we have her notify us.
Well, we have to go through this process again and repeal it.
That's the reason why we have her notify us, so we can do a city-initiated repeal.
So she sells her house and she moves, what are you gonna do to her?
yeah, you come back and you don't
No.
call us?
Well, we can still initiate it.
Well, true, but
Yeah.
just, what are you gonna do to her?
Well, yeah, we're not really trying to penalize it, we're just trying to,
Okay, just asking.
with her.
Yeah.
any other questions? Okay. So item 8 is Kroger.
Okay, so this is kind of a redo. They went through the process, they were approved in June for the northeast corner of the site to do their fuel station. And during the course of that meeting, council asked them, why not do it down on the southeast corner of the site rather than the northeast corner? And so they went back and talked, Kroger doesn't own this property, so they went back and talked to the property owner and convinced them that the southeast corner would be a more appropriate location. So so right now the zoning in place is to allow for Kroger fuel pumps, and they're just amending that, moving the pumps to the south. And so that is greater distance from the residences that are to the north that were opposed to it. So we think it's an overall win-win in this case, and we are in support of it. They are losing an additional 9 parking spaces, which would be a concern, but seeing their parking study only shows that they utilize half of their parking anyway. It's not that big of a deal. So
They had a reason for not doing that. I forgot who asked the question last time. Maybe it was Eddie.
Yeah,
And they said,
had,
oh, we can't do that. We cannot do that.
yeah, and they had already approached the property owner about that location. The property owner said no, but because
Council.
council had asked them
We
to
don't go
ask the
this
property
way.
owner, kind of,
Okay.
and they have been there for quite a while, and so, you know, they might have some stronghold that way. Any questions on that case?
So, Matt, I do have a question. So what would trigger the installation of that traffic light? Because, I don't know if more detail need to be inserted into that. It just states,
Okay.
you know, if warranted, but
Yeah,
what's the trigger for that?
an analysis by our traffic engineer that
Okay.
says, okay, it's getting out of hand, you know. But that was an added condition, you know, late in the process.
Okay.
Matt, do you know what because one of the conditions was when it's not in operation, a minimum of the 1 foot candle.
Right.
Do you know what the balance of the parking lot is at the same time? Is that going to be a dark spot, or is it going to be similar to the rest of the parking lot?
I think it will be darker than the rest of the parking lot. Yeah.
Do we want that? Especially now that it's on
well-
the corner.
Well, the fact that it's not open, that would give
Yeah.
indication to the, you know, the users that normally go after hours that it's not open if it's
Yeah.
darker.
Is it 1 foot candle with the canopy lit?
That is including the canopy lighting. That's one foot candle under the canopy.
Yeah, so it'd be pretty dim.
Yeah,
It'd be pretty
That's
dim.
unusually.
yeah. That's our minimum lighting that's allowed in a parking lot.
I'm surprised they would, that they would want that.
It was when we went through the process, it was to appease the adjacent neighbors that, you know, they looked at it and they saw a glowing canopy. It was at 51 foot candles at the max. So that's, you know, at midnight when everything's dead anyway, they want to shut down. They don't want to be looking at a beacon. That was the intent of it anyway.
Can you shed a little more light on the request to remove the truck access?
Okay, yeah, so they did have a request as part of their PD. When it went through the process at the council level, the last minute in the vote, council said, we don't want fuel deliveries between the hours of 3 and 4. And that was because they were going to conflict with the school traffic. Now that they're changing the fuel truck route and they're exiting MacArthur going southbound and they're not going to conflict with the school traffic, they're requesting to remove that condition. Now, we looked at it and staff doesn't feel comfortable removing that condition because it was added by council. So I left it in as our recommendation, and it was our idea to have that fight be fought at city council level.
You know, my thought there is that, you know, the drivers, you're going to have any number of drivers bringing the gas out. They're not going to know the area inherently. You're going to have someone go up MacArthur or turn right at MacArthur, then whoops, got to turn left, and
Yeah,
so.
that's a good point.
Okay.
I mean, you're talking the access or the timing?
Well, the access into, so I'm in favor with leaving that 3 to 4, just because of the school traffic. Our kids were over there at Lee, and it turns into a monkey house between 3 and 4 in
Yeah.
that whole area. And, boy, I don't know about the signal. That would,
Well, yeah, and we put that in there as a safety net in the
Okay.
future, but right now I don't think it's warranted.
Yeah, I mean, I think the hard thing with that restriction is, in reality, it's going to be hard to monitor. And then two, what will most likely happen is if you do have a delivery, if they get there early, they're going to wait. So they're going to be sitting somewhere in obstructing traffic when they could be discharging. Or two, if they get there, let's say toward the tail end of it, then where do they go? Do they park in the parking lot? Do they park? So it's like it is. I think it's going to cause unintended effects that may actually be potentially worse.
Right. The fuel operations, they say that they will notify the delivery drivers, just don't go during that time.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right, how effective can it be?
The parking data, typically those are adjusted for seasonal. Having lived in that neck of the woods and walked to that Kroger for 25 plus years, I don't think parking's gonna be an issue either.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
That's item 8.
Yep, so
Okay, item 9, because of our city charter, we have a commissioner that may have a business relationship or financial interest. So Ms. Bishop is going to recuse herself from pretty much the remainder of the work session.
I'll see you next time.
So I think all we need to do, I think you just need to leave the room.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
just this room.
this one.
Yeah.
So can I hear it out there?
I think you can hear it in the lobby, can't you?
I don't know, maybe. I haven't been out to the lobby
She
all
can
long.
stay in here as a resident.
As long as she zips it.
Yeah. Your
I'll
mouse.
try.
Your mouse.
Yeah, because it is a public meeting, but
We'll have any
Yeah, no
expression.
facial expressions.
You
Right.
can't, you can't influence us.
Yes.
Yeah, no strong arm tactics
Yes.
over there. All right, item 9.
Strong links.
So item 9 is AstraZeneca. So they're proposing a new building that's going to be a tank farm. So AstraZeneca is a pharmaceutical company. It's located on Wrangler Drive. So this particular location produces one product called, I hope I don't butcher it, Lokelma, which is prescription medicine used to treat adults with hyperkalemia. And that's used for people with low potassium levels person's blood are too high and can lead to potentially life-threatening health issues, especially for those with chronic kidney disease. So that impacts about 200 million people worldwide, and this is the only place in the world where that drug is manufactured. So currently they have 6 manufacturing lines in this facility, and they're trying to ramp it up to 8. And so this new tank farm will hold the chemicals for them to make the drugs. So this is coming to you because they are going to build a new, somewhere around 19,000 square foot building, and this impacts their parking, and that's why we're here, because it impacts the parking. So they're gonna build this building. There's a phase 2 where they might add another 3,000 square foot to the existing building. So right now, we did do a building or a parking expansion with them. With the proposed new building, they're required to have about 253 parking spaces. They're kind of reworking some stuff. At the end of the day, if they build both this tank farm and the 3,000 square foot, they'll have about 200 parking spaces. So we're okay with this request because based on their staffing schedule, like they're open 24 hours a day. They have different shifts, so it's not like everyone's going to be there at the same time. So with their staffing needs, they'll have about a max of about 140 people at this facility. So the 200 spaces provided should accommodate for their current and future needs.
And they're the sole occupant of this building, and it's fully occupied.
Yes, this
Okay.
building.
Do they do any retail sales from the building?
Not that I'm aware of, it's just a manufacturing facility.
Okay.
So obviously in order to do this, they're going to be removing some, the landscaping, some trees, but they're also going to be putting in 32 new trees, and they will have about $32,000 in tree mitigation as well. So the new building is going to be made of precast concrete panels to match the existing building in terms of pattern, paint colors, and texture. So you'll see the renderings showing that it kind of matches what's already there. There's some pictures of what's already there as well. And then on the western side of the tank farm, because that's the side closest to the property line, it's going to be a 4-hour laid wall so that it doesn't impact if there's future buildings built next door.
I may ask the applicant to elaborate on operations.
Yep, for sure. So they do have a presentation that they're going to go through as well. So this building, it'll have a subterranean pit. Then they have 2 levels above that will have the chemical tanks, offices, pump rooms, break room, and a waste room. It'll have a backup generator. And essentially nothing at the front end of the site will be changing. It's just that kind of back corner, which now they're using as a lead yard. So we did send out notices, about 11 within the 200 and 800 feet, and we got no responses.
Have there been any issues with their current tanks in any form? No.
Including.
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, including chemicals or any issues like that, fume releases or.
No, and part of the, one of the letters that was included in your packet talks about, they have scrubbers and,
Yeah.
Because that was some of our concerns as well.
Yeah.
So they addressed that. So basically the PD condition really here is to allow the 200 parking spaces versus the 253.
Just thinking of the scrutiny that remember the battery?
Yeah.
Same kind of thing. So, before we go to item 10, Commissioner Bishop is still banished in
Yes.
recusal. She'll be recused for items 10 and 11 also.
So items 10 and 11, she was within that 200 foot, so she's recused for that.
Okay.
So items 10 and 11 are related. 11 is the plat, 10 is the PD.
Yeah.
So this is a piece of property. It's about just a little over 2 acres on Denton Tap. If you've driven by, you've kind of seen the sign. There's a guardrail, and all you see is trees and a creek and everything like that. So it's very oddly shaped. Has a limited amount of land that is actually usable for development, and it backs up to the 100-year floodplain, and there's about a 20-foot drop from the street to the back end of the property. So we've been working with several people throughout the years. They come in with different ideas. We've had someone want to do like a fast food with a drive-through. We've had people trying to do a bunch of houses there, offices. So nothing's really kind of taken hold. So this current application, I think for us has been the best thing that we've seen. The applicant is an architect, and so his intent is to have his residence on the southern end and then his office on the northern end. So what this PD is doing, property is currently zoned commercial. The future land use plan shows, it to be potentially residential. Obviously, it's schematic, the future land use plan. So he's doing a combination, right? So keeping the commercial to the north, and then changing the base zoning to the south to SF12, which is kind of in keeping with what's surrounding that property. His idea would be to build the residential portion first, with the office coming in later. So in terms of the buildings, like the house is about 5,900 square feet. If you look at the floodplain map and everything, it's very kind of jagged. So he's trying to maximize what he's done with it. It will be built on pier and beam, so everything, like the piers are out of the floodplain. So it's kind of cantilevered where it needs to be at the rear. So there are a few conditions or variances that they're looking for. One is the front setback for the residents to have a 25 instead of 30, because otherwise you're pushing it kind of over the edge. And then this section of the lot is kind of almost like a triangle. So it's like 57 feet on the northern end, but it's about 440 feet, you know, in terms of frontage. So where he's actually building the house, he has a lot of room, right? Let's see here. So he's really trying to do preserve as much as he can in terms of everything that's in the back. In terms of the and with the residents on lot 1, he's gonna have like a wall in the front along Denton Tap. He's gonna kind of have an entry court, so he'll have a gate for in order to drive it into the residence and park his cars. And the windows on that building will actually be at the rear, so they'll look out into the creek and that area. For lot 2, which is the northern lot, which is supposed to remain commercial, he's gonna have his office there. It's about just under 3,000 square feet. It's kind of reversed, so the windows will be at the front, facing Denton Tap, and no windows at the back. So anyone who lives back there, you know, they won't be looking into their backyards. So again, some variances here, because typically between residential and commercial, you've got requirements for screening walls. Obviously, he doesn't want a wall between his house and his business, and he's going to have lots of landscaping that he's including. So staff is not opposed to that. And then in terms of the commercial with the adjacent residential, obviously you can't put a wall in the creek, right? So plus there's a lot of trees already there, so he's, you know, proposing to use the existing and any other landscaping that he's putting in to act as a living screen or for that. What else we got here? Then Mr. Cole Baker will talk to us a little bit about the drainage, erosion, and the floodplain. Because we looked at that obviously with this plan. I don't know if he wants anything now or save it for, we'll save it for the meeting.
Isn't that, pardon my ignorance, isn't that where the high school kids used to go down in the cave?
I don't know.
Under that filter?
I think it's part, yeah.
It's
that
close,
area.
it's really close.
It's right,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if it was
Just
that
looking at
piece
the
or-
aerial.
I didn't know that.
Maybe the high school kids still do, I don't know.
Which one's the
We could go check it out.
We'll send Cole.
The question is, who bears the risk of the erosion in the future?
Well,
The
he's
homeowner?
he's building retaining walls, and I'll let Cole kind of
Yes,
address
the,
that.
the property owner is responsible for protecting their property from erosion. We have an erosion hazard setback, and any improvements within that will be required to do a geotechnical study to determine what needs to be done to stabilize that bank and protect those improvements. And so they'll submit that as part of their engineering review, and then we'll be required to make those improvements. What they're proposing is for any of the pavement, they're showing to have retaining walls to support the pavement areas, and then the buildings are all on piers, so the piers that'll all be engineered and they'll be reviewed as part of the building permit process.
Homeowner building the retaining wall or the city?
The homeowner. The
Okay.
homeowner will be responsible for all.
Okay, that's good.
And part of the other thing that they're doing is, you know, we looked at the driveways and the entrances and spacing, and so part of it is they'll be modifying that median out there and putting in a left turn lane and doing some modifications.
What is left?
It's not currently
But it'll
restricted.
be a
It'll be a full access.
full access.
Yeah,
So
it's
you-
there's currently a full access median there. There's
So that,
driveways on-
so it won't be a right
Dark in
in,
the afternoon.
right out, or I should say a right out from his property.
Existing driveways on the
It'll
east
be-
side of the road.
So they can turn left and go north.
Yeah, so that's why they're modifying that median to push it back about 20 feet, because.
South?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the way it's lined up is really tight.
Yeah.
You would almost run into the curb when you're coming out going north.
So, because we don't want people trying to do it and causing issues, so we're making that adjustment.
Got it.
Very good. I do
So that
have-
whole median's gonna slide
Yeah.
to the south.
Yeah, maybe about 20.
Okay, then,
Mhm.
and it'll be a single opening to address both the lot 1 and lot 2?
No,
It'll just
that
be-
will only be through the southern driveway.
Gotcha.
That's all.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so that's
Okay.
more for the commercial lot.
Yeah.
The commercial lot won't have a median opening.
That's a tricky lot.
So the south side of that curve is just gonna move, the whole median cut's not gonna move, just the south side's gonna move further south. It's gonna be wider.
Yes.
Okay.
And
So it doesn't,
It will still meet our requirements, our standards.
okay.
All right, so in terms of landscaping, we require landscape plans for the commercial part. And most of their site is about 72% is gonna be green space. Now we got some pretty pictures.
And next door is it the dentist or the
Yeah.
orthodontist?
Mhm.
Okay. Or to the north at least.
To the north, yeah. I think Bailey.
Which one?
So in terms of, architecturally, it's a very modern looking buildings. It'll have, limestone, cream colored limestone, Austin butter stick block, charcoal colored terracotta rain screen. Roofs will be a standing seam metal roof. And so both buildings will share the same material. And like I said, the residential will have the windows facing the back, and the commercial will have the windows facing the front.
So you don't think there's a need for a decel lane coming down there into the property?
I don't know where you put it, quite honestly.
There's-
Also,
The traffic generation by this development is very small.
I heard I was over in Irving for another project, and what is the South Haven? What's the one there off the Beltline? The Haven
Yeah.
development?
That's
South
what it
Haven,
is.
yeah.
They were fussing about, they need a decel, or, decel at the entrance to their development because the traffic on Beltline is so fast. And so I think that's where, I can see your question being generated
Yeah.
here on Denton Tap, just the southbound traffic and
Yeah.
just as a safety deal, but that puts a lot of pavement out there. And
There's many driveways along this stretch that don't have deceleration lanes,
Yeah.
especially with the limited amount of trips to be generated by this development.
so staff is comfortable.
Right, yes.
Yeah, no, I mean, I see what you're saying in terms of the trips generated, but I think the complexity with this one is because it is in a chunk of space where I think traditionally there hasn't been anything, and so I think, there, north of there are some cuts, as you're mentioning, but yeah, my concern is that this would surprise folks.
Driver
They're not
expectation thing.
expecting it, and after they pass the dentist or what have you, are they gonna start to speed up? And so, yeah, I agree. I mean, decel lane would be difficult there, but that's definitely a watch out for sure.
Yeah, I think like Cole said, I don't think it's a big traffic generator.
Yeah.
And it's probably gonna be like one of those things where it's an office, right? Most
Yeah.
people will get there, stay, I'm not sure how much in and out traffic they're gonna have.
Yeah. Well, actually, I mean, I'm not as concerned about that I think more traffic probably would have helped because it would have slowed the traffic down. I think my concern is that it's gonna happen so infrequently that it could cause an issue. But, I mean, I agree with that. I'm not sure how you deal with it, but that could
I see your point.
Yeah.
You have a small amount of cars coming out and catch someone who's on the outside lane.
And the fact that they can cut across the median and go north as well. Because coming out of on the east side of there, if you're crossing going south, it's pretty hard to come out of there and go south. And so, because there's a lot of speeds pretty fast in that area on Denton Tap. All within the approved speed limit, but.
Yeah.
Okay, I do have, I guess, two questions. One is, for that lot one, was commercial considered for that? And then the other was about the license agreement and the sewer easement. Just curious how that would work, with the wall and maintenance, or if that pipe needs to be repaired out,
That's what the license agreement kind of irons out. It gives them permission to do it, but also gives us permission to do the maintenance that we need to do.
Okay.
And, let's say who is responsible for repairing it or all that kind of stuff.
Okay, and then I guess the other question is with lot one, was there consideration for commercial development on that site?
Not with this applicant. In the past, like I said, we've had people do anything from, we're gonna have fast food place. But most people come back with, try to maybe do an office, but they can't, or multiple office buildings, or they wanted to put like a bunch of houses there. And so it hasn't really worked out because it is very difficult. And so, like I said, this has kind of been the best thing that we've seen for it. And that's why we're in favor of this development. So we did send out a bunch of notices, like 21 within 200, another 105 within 800. We got 4 responses within the 200 feet. One which didn't give an opinion, just wanted more information. And then the other 3 were opposed to it, with their responses being thinking that there's high risk for flooding and other natural destruction if any house or structure is constructed in this land. Due to location surrounded by creeks, this poses danger to surrounding houses. Trees will be cut, which will increase the soil loose into the creek and increase risk for flooding during rains. Traffic increase and disturbance on Denton Tap. Another one, they're opposed to the commercial property, rezoning of commercial property to mixed commercial and residential, as I'm concerned about the impact on the nature and harmony of the neighborhood surrounding the property. And then another one opposed because of the impact to the creek hydraulics as they share this with the neighbors. It may have increased water flow to the creek.
But any of that, any alterations to the flow of the channel and the floodplain and drainage, that's all on the owner.
Yeah, so
If that were to change drastically as a result of events, that's all on them. If it becomes an issue where there's a safety issue on the structure, then they're out. Like if that floodplain in the channel moves closer to the building, what happens then?
So all of their work is proposed to be outside the floodplain. It's all set up on piers. The elevation, it's set well above the floodplain elevation, even on its piers.
I guess what I'm saying is over time, that floodplain adjusts
Right.
and it comes closer to the structure.
It could be that if, say, the floodplain adjusted or there was the floodplain elevation could be underneath the structure, but it's set up on piers, so it'll be 4.5 feet above the floodplain elevation. So,
Okay.
In any creek, that's gonna happen in any creek.
Oh, no question. It happened there in those couple of developments there on Sandy Lake. But yeah, okay.
creeks move.
It becomes
As long as it's
water.
the owners, I mean, they know in advance, it's all their cost. Okay,
Yeah.
we gotta make a move here.
Hey, Matt, can I ask one question on one of the previous cases? Sure. On the East Lake property, the recommendation is the tree removal without mitigation fees. Does that need to be modified to the tree restoration?
it on the.
Oh, you have, okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. I do that. I think that's great.
So the last one was just the plat that goes along with the PD, and say they need to plat the property if it gets approved.
Okay, any questions on item 11, or any? Okay, what's the time here? The time is 6:50. I'll adjourn the work session. Any quick break before we go in?
Yes.
Yes.
5 minutes? Okay.
5 minutes to do.
Mary.
All righty, the time is 6:56. We'll reconvene into general session. Sorry we're running a little bit late tonight, loaded docket tonight. Item 3 on the agenda is citizens' appearance. Is there anybody who'd like to speak on an item that's not on the agenda? We don't have anyone signed up for it, but I'm making that final offer if there's anybody out there on that. Okay, moving on. I guess... Cammie, did we receive anyone via email? No? Okay. All right, item 4 this evening is approval of our minutes of our June 15th meeting. Any comments by the commission, or is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I approve that the minutes of the June 15, 2023 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting be approved as written.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chair Portman. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Commissioner Guerra. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on the name. Not Cammie. Shelby. Shelby. That's okay. Oh, so Cammie, will you call the roll, please?
Please respond by saying aye or nay as I call your name. Commissioner Guerra?
Aye.
Vice Chair Portman?
Aye.
Chairman Haas?
Aye.
Commissioner Maurer?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman?
Aye.
And Commissioner Bishop?
Aye.
All approved, none opposed, motion carries.
Okay, very good. Item 5 on the agenda is a public hearing. This is to consider approval of PD-264R-RBN5, that being East Haven, East Lake Lot 1X, Block D, a zoning change request from Plan Development Number 264, Residential Urban Neighborhood 5, to Plan Development 264, Revised Urban Neighborhood Number 5, to allow the removal of 5 Leland cypress trees on 7.1 acres of property located on common area, Lot 1X, Block D, at the request of the East Haven HOA, being represented by the affected property owner, Christina Lowe. We have a staff presentation by Matt Steer. Matt?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good evening. In June 2013, the zoning change to Plan Development 264 RBN 5 to allow the development of 58 single-family homes and 3 common area lots was approved. Along the east of the subdivision, a 38-foot wide buffer area was approved. This contains an 8-foot wide concrete flume, ground cover, and trees, which provide a physical and visual separation, as well as accommodate drainage. The intention was to preserve as many of the existing trees as possible in this buffer area. Unfortunately, there are 5 Leland cypress trees that are negatively impacting the adjacent property to the east, specifically the backyard of the residents at 635 Cane Mount Lane. According to the applicant, the 5 cypress trees that are behind the fence and on the East Haven property are producing cypress knees all over their backyard. Over the years, they've spent thousands of dollars having them ground down and trying to remove the knees, but they just keep coming back. The roots are traveling up their retaining wall and coming up about 5 feet to the surface of their backyard. Aside from wreaking havoc in their flower beds and lawn, they are concerned that the knees are going to make it to the pool deck and foundation and do permanent damage if they continue. The owner of this property and the East Haven or East Lake HOA have agreed to remove the trees. When they came to the city to pull a tree removal permit, the fees were assessed at $10,600, and the fee calculations shown on the screen. Typically, a residential property owner can remove or plant trees on their own property without the need for a tree removal permit or the payment of fees. These trees, however, are located on a common area lot, not considered a residential lot, Therefore, a tree removal permit was required and fees were assessed. The applicant's requesting a waiver of these fees, and in consultation with the city attorney, it was determined that the method to ask for a waiver of fees is through the zoning process with an amendment to the tree preservation plan, and then to council. Then council has the authority to waive the fees. We did send out 26 notices within 200 feet, received no response, and then 221 courtesy notices within 800 feet. We did receive a couple of phone calls explaining, and I explained the situation, and they didn't have any concern with the request. There was one that did have some concern and asked if a replacement of the trees were being considered. And I let them know that the irrigating, or that there wasn't irrigation in that area, so I didn't think that that was an option. Staff is recommending approval of PD 264R, RBN 5, East Haven or East Lake tree removal. I'll be happy to answer any questions, and the applicants out in the audience as well.
Okay, very good. Any questions of staff by the commission? Okay, seeing none. Is Ms. Lowe here to present the case? Christina Lowe?
Just go up to the microphone, state your name and address for the
Christina Lowe, 635 Canemount Lane.
Did you sign up to speak also, or is that
No,
Terry?
my husband did. I was going to let him speak.
Okay.
So,
Is there anything you'd like to add to the application?
no, just that we love the trees and they do provide, something pretty when we look out our window, but they are, like he said, just wreaking havoc. We've actually had to pull out some hardscape already. As you could tell from the picture, there were some bare areas because it had disturbed that, and we just would like him take them down so we can make our yard nice again and preserve our house and protect our property.
Any questions of the applicant by the commission? Ken?
Would the trees be replaced with anything that would be suitable for that area in terms of roots and leaves and whatnot? I mean, to maintain the beauty of the area?
To be honest, there's not a lot of room there. They were planted years ago, and they were really small when they were planted, so they planted them really close to our fence, and they're being crowded out by other large trees from the area. So some of them are kind of bending over. A lot of them are being choked out, and they don't have enough light, so they're not the healthiest trees. There's not a ton of room back there once you start looking at the bigger trees that are there. You could probably stick one in the middle, but we don't own that property. We have no control over what happens to that property. We couldn't plant something on our own back in that property because it's not ours. It belongs to the other. But we have proper trees on our property, which we actually plan on putting one in the back of our yard to kind of buffer a little bit when we get this all sorted out.
Any other questions of the commission? By the commission? Okay, thank you very much.
Right, thank you.
Matt, I have a question for you. Is there any concern on any kind of precedent set here dealing with a common property entry feature to a development?
No, sir. This is the first request like that I've seen in about 20 years, so, since I've been here.
Okay. This is a public hearing. We have Perry Lowe signed up to speak, and you're waiving that? No? Okay. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak for or against the proposed application? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Is there any discussion by the commission?
I do have one discussion. I guess, is it necessary to remove all 5 trees, or maybe just 4 of them, or 3? It's just, obviously, the value of a tree for any city or town should be considered, but, and I understand the situation, but just out of curiosity, just that discussion, could we consider maybe keeping 1 or 2 of those trees?
So we've closed the public hearing, but can I ask the applicant to come back up? Sure, if I could get Ms. Lowe to come back up?
I'm with the HOA of
Let-
the neighboring community.
Sorry, oh, okay, okay. Then let me ask Ms. Lowe first, and then we'll come to HOA. It's only because I closed the public hearing, but I'll allow it since you're part of the application. So, any thoughts there on if there's a chance to save any of the trees just for?
I agree with you. Trees are important, and I love them too, but these trees are, not in great condition, and I believe Dusty or Lane came out to and kind of agreed. 2 of the 5 are being choked out already. And how are you going to decide where the knees are coming from, which tree? I mean, they're really causing a lot of damage, and there's cost us a ton of money, like I said, over the years. So what if you cut down 2 and leave 3, and those are the 3 with the roots? So we'll just keep coming. I've had 2 arborists come separate from 2 different companies, and they said that's the only way to stop it, and they will continue going straight in the direction they're going, and it will go to our pool and then our foundation soon. So it doesn't, to me, I don't really know how you would just decide which ones to cut down and ensure those were not going to continue going through our backyard. Does that make sense?
It does. Thanks.
Okay.
I would like to follow up on the HOA comment there, if you could, please. And if we could get your name and address for the record.
Barbara Messer, 448 Columbus Drive, and I'm the HOA president currently.
And from an HOA perspective on this whole,
These trees were originally planted by the previous owners of Magnolia because it was a swamp back there, and they've gone down deep with the roots. We would love to put replacement trees. Unfortunately, there's no irrigation unless we ask one of our homeowners to drip it from their home, and nothing will survive down there. We would love to have more trees down there. But our HOA, we planted over 20 trees in our neighborhood just between the board members. So if we've planted a lot of trees, and we're very tree friendly in our community. We also mandate if someone's tree dies in their front yard that they replace it. Our HOA rules are very strict. So we are very tree friendly, and we would love to plant more trees. There's just not room down there. I think a better use of our funds would be to take care of the mistletoe and issues. We've just spent $10,000 cleaning up and pulling all the canopies up, and we've really tried to do as much as we can to keep these trees alive.
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other deliberation by the commission? Okay, is there a motion by the commission?
I have a question.
Oh, sorry,
That's okay.
hang on.
Matt, quick question. In terms of, clearly not an arborist, but in terms of the Leland cypress trees, are they prevalent in Coppell, or is this a bit of an isolated?
No, we do have Leland cypress. They're on our plant palette, and we also have bald cypress that also produce these knees as well.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the reason I'm asking is in terms of the mitigation fee and the precedent, if this potentially opens up, everyone, potentially, more people having this issue. Not to say that it wouldn't be, we wouldn't, I wouldn't think about it the same way, but that was just my question.
Right. Well, so this is very unique in terms of it being a residential property owner and this being a residential community. So,
Great, thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion by the commission? Okay, is there a motion by the commission?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that item 5, the PD-264RRBN-5 East Haven, East Lake, tree removal, be approved as submitted, subject to any city staff conditions.
Okay, very good. We have a motion by Commissioner Portman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Moore. Would Shelby call the roll, please?
Please respond by saying aye or nay as I call your name. Commissioner Guerra.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Portman.
Aye.
Chairman Haas.
Aye.
Commissioner Mauer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hafman.
Aye.
Commissioner Bishop.
Aye.
All approved, none opposed, motion carries.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Best of luck there. Item 6 is a public hearing to consider approval of PD-310-SF-12, Cameron Country, Lot 1, Block 1. That being a plan development number 310, single family -12. Zoning change request from, PD 310, single family 12 to I must have a typo here. All right, I'm just going to go with what's written here. Sorry. Okay. SF12, to allow the construction of a 750 square foot accessory structure, that being 24 feet in height, in the rear yard, and a stone and iron wall in the front yard on 1.1 acres of property located at 812 DeForest at the request of Sherry Chow, being represented by Greg Franca of GPF Architects. And we have staff presentation by Matt Steer. Matt?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is item number 6 on your agenda. The minor plat for this property was approved in 1998, and the residence was built around 2000. This was recently bought by the applicant and her family. The proposed improvements shown on the site plan are for a 750 square foot pool building located at the rear of the property and a 7-foot stone and iron wall with 8-foot columns in the front of the property with sliding gates at the driveways. The gates are set back 20 feet from the pavement to allow a vehicle to wait while the gate slides open. The stone and iron wall will match the stone of the screening wall to the west, and in between the 8-foot columns, a 4-foot iron component is proposed to be on top of a 3-foot stone base. Here's a detail kind of showing a little bit enlarged. Given that this is located in the front of the house and not the side or rear, this wall type would be architecturally appropriate. The sliding gates are proposed to be decorative metal or iron. And the picture on the top left is the existing wall to the west of this property. They're going to match the stone of that wall. And then the next two photos are examples of what it would look like with the stone and iron component or the brick and iron component, showing that it allows air to pass through it and you can view through it. Here's some photos along DeForest, and the ones on the left-hand side show when you're traveling, let's see here, eastbound on DeForest, you can see that there's a solid stone wall. This is a few properties down from this property, and the ones on the right side are the subject property, and then the next one down is the right across the street from this property, and then a couple of properties down, all along the north side of DeForest. The ones east of the proposal all have open front yards, except for about 3 subdivisions down. You can see there is maybe a 4-foot stone wall for a subdivision on Castle Creek. The floor plan is shown here on this slide up on the top left. Shows a large room, storage closet, a sink, a shower, and a toilet. And this will not be permitted as an accessory dwelling unit, and it has been listed as a condition of our recommendation. The proposed pool building will match the existing home, and that the existing home is on the right, the photo. It'll match it in material and architectural style. They are requesting an exception to the 16-foot height requirement of the accessory structure ordinance. The proposed structure has a steep gable roof that's approximately 23 and a half feet to the peak. 26 notices were sent out within 200 feet. We did receive a response in favor and 3 in opposition within that 200 feet. And as of 4:30 or 5 o'clock, we had received 14 or 15 responses within the 800 feet and beyond area, with a mixed bag of comments, mostly related to the front yard fence surrounding the property would make it seem as though it's a compound or just enclose that one property and wouldn't be in line with the rest of the community. We did have some comments related to the accessory structure, asking what would prevent it from becoming an accessory dwelling unit in the future, and or an Airbnb or a short-term rental. Also, we did have some concern about this particular location and the congestion. You can see from the notice right here, there is an intersection right here that's on the southwest corner of the property. There's one that leading to the alley here, and then there's the intersection at Cambridge Manor. And so there was concern about putting a wall, and if, say, you did have a delivery truck or something that was staging on DeForest, that might impact some of the traffic. We did ensure that their sliding gate was set back 20 feet from the pavement to allow for a vehicle or a truck to pull off and wait for the gate to open. So so I realized when I was receiving some calls from the 800 feet people that the notice that went out, the courtesy notice, was worded awkwardly. And it could have been interpreted as the accessory structure was to be located in the front yard. They were asking for that as well as the brick or stone wall to be located in the front yard. But I cleared that up with anyone I spoke with, and I tried to reach out with anyone that had called in with comments on that. I did speak with our city attorney, and he confirmed that we don't have to go re-advertise because that's actually that's advertising that they're asking for more than what they really are asking for. And he did notice that our 200 feet notification letters were worded correctly, as well as our notification that's posted on the agenda and will be published in the newspaper. That will be worded correctly as well. So staff is in favor of this request, subject to 4 conditions. That number 1, there may be additional comments at the time of building permit. 2, the proposed pool building shall not be used as an accessory dwelling unit. 3, the proposed pool building maximum height be allowed to be 24 feet as opposed to the maximum 16 feet required in the zoning ordinance. And 4, the stone and iron wall be allowed within the front yard as depicted on the site plan. Let me go back to the notices that we had received within the 200 feet, because the one that was directly adjacent to it in this location here did have some concerns with the height of the accessory dwelling unit, and I failed to mention that when I was going through it. And this one here had concerns with the wall in the front yard and it being a compound and the traffic associated with that. And so let's see here. So this one was also opposed to it here as well. So anyway, I'd be happy to answer any questions. The applicant is in the audience and is available for questions and or a presentation if you wish.
Thank you, Matt. Any questions of staff by the commission?
Yes.
Ed?
Matt, so when you mentioned the traffic concerns, is that in terms of the wall because of the visibility or because when the wall is being constructed?
There was one that was or one or two that were related to the construction of the wall and that the cars being out there, construction vehicles being out there. But it was more, I think it was due to the proximity to the road and the fact that you'd have delivery trucks that might be waiting to get into there if, say, the gate was closed. And
okay.
And it is in an awkward location along the forest. There are there's stop signs and intersections, and yeah.
Is there any concern with sight lines with the intersection of folks coming out of the, let's say, Cambridge or?
No, they're not from staff.
Any other questions by the commission of staff?
Matt, I do have a question going back to condition number 2. You know, and we asked this before, but you know, what's to keep the owner, for example, son or daughter or relative that decides to start to dwell in that unit, how do we ensure that's not going to happen?
We do require rental permits if, say, they are renting it out, or if it is being used as a dwelling unit or rented out as a short-term rental, they need to come through the SUP process. In terms of family living in there, we would refer back to this as it's not allowed to be an accessory dwelling unit. You can't dwell in it. So we would cite them. It would be a zoning violation.
Thank you.
Okay, is the applicant here to present the case? Maybe Mr. Franca representing the applicant?
Good evening, Commission. Mr. Steer, Greg Franca, GPF Architects, 549 East Sandy Lake Road, Coppell, Texas. The owner had a issue with one of her sons tonight and could not make it, so she's tending to her family right now. So the main purpose of this fence, screen wall, is for the security issue. This is one of this house and one further west are the only two that face DeForest Road. Along with that, every house from this one to the west has a side yard, and they all have 7 to 8 foot masonry walls. So we're not setting a new precedent for what's already in the neighborhood. From a security standpoint, you walk out from the front door and it's about 80 feet to the curb. From the curb, it's a busy road. From there, your sight line, you see the top of a wood fence across the street. You see a roof. You pan over to the left. You see the alleyway, and the alleyway splits, and you see right into the neighbor's garage and all their stuff in the garage. So, it's not a very sightly view from the front. So we want to improve that and really make a sense of space from the front yard, because right now it just kind of meanders out into the street. So it'll help create a sense of space into that front yard. As Matt said, the wall is 20 feet back, so people coming can pull in, get off the road, so it's really not going to impact any traffic on DeForest Road. Let's see here. The building in the back, it is 750 feet. And the reason for the height is to take the existing home and really just almost duplicating the front facade of it. We could lower the pitch if we wanted to, but we're trying to keep in the vernacular of the existing structure and really improve the quality of the home right now. And the owners have 4 kids. They're all very young, very active. They need storage for all the pool equipment and yard equipment, things like that. With that, I'll be happy to address any questions.
Thank you very much. So, heard the comments there, and I'm sure that it'll come up here in the public hearing regarding traffic. The gate is set back 20 feet.
Yes, sir.
So for like deliveries, Amazon, whatever, they're pulling up, getting out, and then they're back out into DeForest, or are they using that the circular drive to come out?
I observed the UPS truck parked in the street and came to the front door. They did not pull into the driveway.
Okay.
I can't say what Amazon or the post office is going to do, but we are setting it 20 feet so they can get up and out of the street.
Gotcha. Okay. And is this property part of any HOA?
No. We do have the real estate agent. No, it's not a part of an HOA.
Okay. All righty. Okay. Any questions of the applicant by the commission? Freddie?
I do have a question, I guess, in considering of this design and the fence itself. Mr. Haas had asked about this, but was there any interaction with the 2 homeowner associations just on the east and west side of the development?
No, we haven't spoken with them.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the applicant? Okay, we may call you back up.
Okay, thank you.
Very good, thank you. All righty, we have a few folks that have signed up to speak on the item. We'll start with Mr. Shrimali, followed by Mr. Jay Albright, followed by Assad Zaman and Greg Farios. All right.
Shall I speak?
Name and address for the record, please.
Tarkeshwar Shrimali. My house is, first of all, we've been here since '94, before this
Is that
house.
806 Cheshire?
Yeah, that's 806
Okay.
Cheshire. So we have been here, this whole neighborhood was not built then. There's just trees. And my house is that orange house diagonally across here, okay? So I have a couple of concerns. If you look at D Forest, you go up and down. Every house which is facing D Forest has no stone wall. There are a bunch of neighborhoods where you go into the street vertically and there is a masonry wall as an entrance to the neighborhood. But no individual house has a front wall which makes it look like a fortress. This will be the first house. Okay? This will make this property look like a compound with its own, like Tower of London kind of moat around it. Now, the concern about they can look into other garages, I don't think that's valid, because you can look at this property and you have to have binoculars to go and look into other garages. My house has 8-foot fence, and next 2 or 3 are all 8-foot fences. So somebody has to really get onto the ladder, get a good binocular, and make out of what's going on, even if the garages are open. So I don't buy that. If they need privacy, you can put shrubs. There's no need for like a palace kind of stone masonry thing. It'll be incongruous to the neighborhood. It's incongruous to rest of the houses on the street. And general architecture and codes should strive for like cohesiveness, things which flow with each other. This side of the D Forest are expensive houses. The Lakes of Coppell Association, these are lower price houses. Now putting a stone fence is just like making an incongruity where there was none before. Okay? I don't see the need. If you do this, it'll allow other houses along the forest to do it, and what purpose it serves, I don't know. If you want privacy, you put cypress trees or whatever in front, and you don't have to, if you don't want, you don't have to look at other people. This area is not a slum area. It's not like people have junk cars or somebody, like, I live there, I go walking. We used to have a dog, so I would walk around the forest up and down. I didn't see garages open or any junk there. Regarding the pool house on the back, I don't have concern, but most of the pool houses I've seen are typically next to the pool. They're not like far away. So although Matt is saying that this thing is a single family home and no dwelling allowed, there's nobody to police that. Once it's built, it opens the possibility of the building being used for multi-families. Coppell is becoming more and more immigrant community, and in immigrant communities around the world, you will see it's not uncommon for people to cohabit together for whatever reasons, family, economic, and you don't want to set a precedent. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Jay Albright next.
It's Julie Albright.
Then followed by Assad Zaman. And you have 3 minutes to speak. I failed to mention that.
I don't think I'll even need that much time. I'm
Thank
at Julia Albright, 820 D Forest Road, so I'm immediately on the other side of Cambridge Manor. And I don't agree with the architect's assessment of that all the houses have borders or gates or barriers. We don't. Like, our house is completely open. Our neighbors on either side of me, completely open all the way down the street. The only things that where the gates are HOAs. So that's a different situation. Nothing in the front yard. I agree with everything that was said by the prior gentleman speaking. The neighborhood is a lovely neighborhood. There's no reason to build a fortress to hide things. I love my neighbors on my side of the forest and also on the Lake Forest side. So hopefully we can meet soon, neighbor. And it just seems unnecessary to me. I am concerned about the traffic, exactly what your question was, a delivery coming into that space and then backing up. The other thing that was not brought up, it's also a school bus area. There's school buses that stop there. The alley coming up is probably a very dangerous situation as it is, because you come and there's a fence blocking, and then now you're going to have potential gates with additional traffic. It's just, the whole thing is not a good idea and not well thought out. So that's it.
Thank you very much. Assad Zaman. Assad? No. No Assad. Okay, great. Greg? Vlatios, maybe? You're going to help me out here.
It's VLAHOS. I'm at 625 Cambridge Manor Lane in the Cambridge Manor subdivision. And one of my concerns, and I didn't know the detail about the structure or the wall until I came here to be able to see it, so I didn't really have preparation in advance. But the concern I got on the wall short term, this is by a three-way stop. And I've lived in my house in Cambridge Manor for 14 years. Many, many people ignore that stop sign. It's just, and mostly people that live in the neighborhood, they look and see if somebody's, coming a different direction, and if they don't see anybody, they just zoom past it. Now, if you've got construction going on right there, everybody's going to be focused. I wonder what's going on. I'm going to look at the construction. It's going to be a huge problem. Now, that's temporary. That's until it's built. So what happens after it's built? From my perspective, living in the neighborhood, it's an upscale neighborhood. There's nobody that has, everybody takes care of their property. And from the perspective of the amenities of the neighborhood, having the openness for the homes that front on DeForest, so much more appealing than creating an environment that's, again, been used before like a compound. I just don't like it. I don't think it's going to be attractive. I don't think it's accretive to the value in the neighborhood and the surrounding homes. So I don't have any objection to the pool structure in the rear. My only issue is the wall. So
you didn't mark it down, but you're in opposition, I presume?
Yes. Yeah. I didn't say opposed because I didn't know the details at the time.
Gotcha.
But to be clear, sir, you're in opposition to the wall, but not the structure.
Correct.
Okay. That's all that I have that's signed up. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak for or against the proposed application? Come on down. Same drill. Name and address for the record.
Bobby Finken, 1032 Basilwood. So I just wanted to give some clarification on that. When you mentioned, was the HOA notified? The HOA to the south, so I'm not against, in favor, I don't live in the neighborhood, but I just want to give you some clarity to this. We are the largest HOA in the city of Coppell. We have 1,322 homes. Originally what happened, those houses that were on the south side of the forest were smaller, $150,000 houses, and across the street on DeForest was a pig farm. They complained, we put up the fence. Well then, over the years transpired, the pig farm came out and these multi-million-dollar homes came in, and then we went back and forth. I negotiated that wall with Clay Phillips years ago. The wall eventually came down, we put it up. The wall we put up is not a very attractive wall. They wanted us to put up a brick screen wall that was over $650,000. The HOA didn't want to spend it, so we put up a wall. Our question was, why do we have to put up a wall? We were told we had to put up a wall because it was an eyesight to the people on the north side of DeForest. So I've spent a lot of time over there, and the architect is very correct that people leave their garage doors open, and it's not a very attractive thing to look at. So just to tell you, I can see why these people maybe want to build this wall, because those houses over there, I've seen a lot of trash. I've seen people leave their garage doors open, and it's not very attractive. But I just wanted to give you that, so.
Thanks for that additional perspective there. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak for or against the proposed application? Maroon.
My name is Mariah Fromming. I live at 972 Parker Drive.
Got it into the microphone, please. Thank you.
My name is Mariah Fromming. I live at 972 Parker Drive, so I live down the hill from that intersection. We already have at Parker, at Allen and DeForest, an unsafe intersection. There's a wall there. It is very dangerous. I can't tell you how many times I've almost been hit because you have to pull out to see around it. You're going to put that wall that's going to come out, and people coming out of Cambridge Manor are going to have that problem there too, where we already have a stop sign that gets run all the time. It's a very, kind of dicey area, and we're going to add to that problem on that street. They don't need that. They have a huge property that already has a huge backyard that's fenced in. They're going to bring that out to the street. It's going to close them off from neighbors. It's going to hurt the aesthetic. It's going to create another unsafe intersection in the area.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any reason from the commission to bring the applicant back up to ask any questions? Seeing none. Okay. Any questions of staff by the commission? Kent, you have a question?
So with respect to the location of the wall in the front, regarding this lady's concerns, we keep talking about the wall being set back 20 feet. Is that correct? Is that all along the front side of the site?
Yes, sir. It's set back 20 feet from the DeForest Road paving here.
Okay, so on the right-hand side is what street right there?
So you have a common area lot right here. And so this is a Cambridge Manor, I think, HOA lot right here.
And with that wall being set back 20 feet, have you factored in line of sight issues when you come up to the...
Right, we do not have any concerns with line of sight.
Okay. So from this street, from that street, you don't think there's an issue there with respect to people being able to see oncoming traffic, et cetera?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Any deliberation by the commission? I'll add just a couple of thoughts here. Looking at street view there, I drove the area before while reviewing the case, and I kind of didn't see the site issue. I kind of don't see the traffic issue, although, okay, maybe there's a delivery and they park in the street, maybe it might queue up, but I just kind of don't see it being very significant. Construction is temporary, so that's just a little blip. Yes, it might cause some issues during construction, but I just kind of don't see that it would cause a long-term issue. I really do like the idea of the soft landscaping as kind of a natural fencing. Seen it done well. It's not what this applicant is asking for in this particular case. I don't know that it's going to set a negative precedent. I kind of see the comments there regarding the other lots being open, but I don't know that it's going to create, in my perspective, that much of a negative effect. But those are just my thoughts there. Any other thoughts by the commission?
For me, as soon as you, with Lake Forest and DeForest Road, it's that delineation with the neighborhoods on the, taking my bearings here, correct, on the west side. So as you go east, obviously you start having that openness with all these other homes. And again, I think this home is part of that openness as you go across that intersection. So for me, like I said, it goes contrary to what is there in that feeling of openness. I'm for the structure, but I'm not for the fence.
Okay, good point. Any other thoughts by the commission? Is there a motion by the commission? Okay.
Motion to approve?
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Heffernan to approve, and we have a second by Commissioner Portman. Did I get that right? Yes. Okay. With the conditions as presented?
Yes, with conditions.
Okay. All right. Shelby, would you call the roll, please?
Please respond by saying aye or nay as I call your name. Commissioner Guerra.
Nay.
Vice Chairman Portman.
Aye.
Chairman Haas.
Nay.
Commissioner Mauer.
Nay.
Commissioner Hafman.
Yes.
Commissioner Bishop.
Nay.
It's 2 in favor, 4 opposed. Motion is denied.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for the input tonight. We're going to move on because we have a loaded agenda here tonight. Item 7 on the agenda is to consider approval of PD-210R2-SF9, that being 416 K Street, a zoning change request from Plan Development number 210, single family, or SF9, to Plan Development 210, revision number 2, SF9, to approve a short-term rental on 0.22 acres of property located at 416 K Street at the request of Loma Bell, the property owner. We have
Lorna Bell.
Lauren Bell, sorry. We have a staff presentation by Mary Perone Boswell. We'll receive that presentation first, and then we'll,
Yes, sir.
Lorna, we'll let you present your thoughts there on the application. Thank you. All right, Mary?
Good evening, Commissioners. Item number 7 is for a short-term rental. Back on May 30th of this year, City Council approved an ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 12, Article 30, for special use permits, defining and establishing an SUP requirements for lodging houses, which includes short-term rentals. All existing and future short-term rentals will be required to have a special use permit in addition to registering with the city in order to legally operate in the city of Coppell. We currently have about 10 STRs that will need to go through this SUP process in order to continue operating as an STR. So this is actually our first one to come through this permit process. So the applicant, Ms. Lorna Bell, has owned the home since 2006 and has a homestead exemption. She's been using the house as a short-term rental since somewhere between the end of 2018, 2019. This home has a 1-bedroom for rent with a maximum of 2 guests, and she's proposing to continue with this same setup, and she lives here as well. Typically, the SUP is required for short-term rental. But because this lot is currently part of a planned development district, the amendment is to the PD is more appropriate and accomplishes the same result as an SUP. So this residence is located on a cul-de-sac street. The single-family home has a 2-car garage, an additional 2 spaces on the circular driveway for guests' vehicles to park. So guests would have access to the guest bedroom and a private bathroom adjacent to the bedroom. They also have access to a patio and garden outside, which offers various seating options. There are no signs on the building indicating that it is an STR. So this site is listed on Airbnb website, and the applicant is listed as a superhost. She's got a rating of 4.98 out of 5. Superhosts are hosts that go above and beyond in their hosting duties, top-rated, experienced at making their guests feel welcome, provide outstanding hospitality, and are considered reliable and responsive. So staff has communicated with our code enforcement and police departments, and there have been no complaints for this address related to it being an STR. Staff has also confirmed with the finance department that the applicant is up to date on paying their quarterly hot taxes and submitting them to the city. So the hot taxes are hotel occupancy tax. So part of the current process for having an STR is registering with the city, which will still be required should this case be approved. So the applicant is asking for fees to be waived, which will be part of City Council's purview and not something that the P&Z will have to vote on. So we did send, because this is a zone change request, we did send out notices, 23 within 200 feet as required by state law, another additional 140 courtesy notices within 800 feet. I did have 2 phone calls just asking for information. Had 2 additional replies from the reply forms within 200 feet in favor of it, and 1 reply within 800 feet that was against it. So staff is recommending approval of this request with the following conditions. 1, that they would still have to obtain an STR permit prior to their current one expiring, should this SUP be approved. And 2, that to notify staff of any changes of property ownership. So that is the end of my presentation, and Ms. Lornabelle is here to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions of staff by the commission? I have a question. So how were the fees developed? I know this is not within our purview as Planning and Zoning Commission, but I'm just curious, how were the fees developed?
So we already have a fee schedule for special use permits. So it's based on acreage, so it's $500 plus $25 per acre. So we did not change that or make any special fees for short-term rentals. We just treat it as any other SUP.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. The applicant, Ms. Bell.
Lorna
Bell. Yes,
Lauren
ma'am.
Bell at 416 K Street. Thank you. And I would please ask the council if they would consider waiving my fee, as I am 81 years old, retired, and I supplement my income by renting out my guest room part-time to 2 or fewer people. As my Airbnb title, Serene and Peaceful Garden, describes, I manage a pretty yard that enhances my neighborhood's appeal. I've been a superhost for 7 years. And as a reference, I would like to state the fact that Miss Katie Crawford of the project coordinator for the community development has asked me to host 2 professional fellows from Thailand and the Philippines. These are run by the U.S. Department of State, and I'm honored to be involved in this worthy cause. So just the fact that Ms. Crawford recommends me and hopes to have guests from Thailand and Philippines with exceptional syllabuses, that I just am so pleased to even be recognized in this way. So I'm excited about that. The dates that would probably come would be sometime in September, between September 10th and October 9th, and I'll probably do at least 5 days with each guest. Any questions?
Congratulations on being a superhost. Beautiful property.
Thank you.
I want to go check this out. I don't have any questions. Are there any questions of the applicant at this time by the commission? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing. We have one person signed up to speak, Maurice Davidis.
Maurice DeVitz, 316 K Street. And I'm in support of the application. I don't know Mrs. Bell. I have a real estate background, and I also am a landlord, so I really don't see a downside to this.
Okay.
Thank you.
very much. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody who'd like to speak for or against the proposed application? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. It's not within our purview on the fee, so I will, Eddie is going to personally defer that to council. Maybe other commissioners might have a different opinion there. Because I would be concerned on the precedence it might set also. I can anticipate there'll be other STRs coming before the commission, so I'd rather defer that to council. Otherwise, I'm for the application as presented. Any other questions or comments by the commission? Cindy?
Thank you. Back, whatever meeting that was, when we voted on the STR ordinance, one of my thought processes for voting for it was that we would receive input from the neighbors. So if there wasn't any opposition to neighbors, we would probably approve the STR. So here, I don't see any opposition, and they have very nice pictures and very nice comments on the host. So I support it.
Okay, very good. Anybody else? Okay, is there a motion by the commission?
Go ahead. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move to approve PD 210R2 SF9 416 K Street SDR zoning change request, subject to staff condition.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Moore. Is there a second?
I second.
Second, Commissioner Guerra. Shelby, would you call the roll, please?
Absolutely. Please respond by saying aye or nay as I call your name. Commissioner Guerra.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Portman.
Aye.
Chairman Haas.
Aye.
Commissioner Mauer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hafman.
Aye.
Commissioner Bishop.
Aye.
All approved, none opposed, motion carries.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, you'll need to wait for the council on the fee request there, but thank you very much and best of luck there. All righty, item 8 this evening is public hearing. This is to consider approval of PD-308R-C, that being the Kroger Fuel Station, zoning change request from Plan Development Number 308 Commercial to Plan Development Number 308 Revised Commercial to allow a revised site plan for a new fuel station with 5 fuel pumps located at 950 East Sandy Lake Road at the request of Coppell Wood Kroger, and being represented by Clay Christie of Claymore Engineering. We have a staff presentation by Matt Steer. Matt?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is item number 8 on your agenda. It is in October 1994, Council approved the replat on the 7.04 acre tract and a special use permit to allow the construction of the 61,000 square foot Kroger building. Conditions of the SUP included a stipulation that no deliveries will occur between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. And then in April of 2004, Council approved an amendment to this SUP to allow for a drive-through pharmacy window on the west side of the building, and this was approved subject to the hours of operation for the pharmacy not to exceed 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Saturday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Sunday, and these hours have been modified in the last PD approval. There was also a condition that dead and missing trees in the perimeter landscape areas adjacent to the single-family neighborhood must be replaced. Again, that was back in April of 2004 and amended in the in June by City Council. Then in July 2005, a request for a gas station was denied by the Planning and Zoning Commission, and this was located on the Sandy Lake side on the southwest corner of the site adjacent to the residential on the west. There were certain conditions for the reason for denial. The applicant came back, addressed the majority of those conditions, and was approved by City Council 5-2 on a proposal on the northeast corner of this site. There were various conditions of the approval, which I'll go through here in the presentation. Currently, the proposal before you shifts what was approved to the southeast corner, closer to Sandy Lake and away from the residential neighborhood to the north. As mentioned, similar proposal. This is the similar proposal in June 2023, and this is where they moved it to. It's approximately 250 feet south. The proposed route of the fuel delivery truck has changed. The previously approved route was to enter from MacArthur for fill up, then circle the main building and exit onto Sandy Lake Road. And in the current, that was the previous approved route. And then in the current proposal, the fuel trucks proposed to enter the site from Sandy Lake for fill up and then exit onto MacArthur and then go southbound on MacArthur. During the council meeting in June 2023, council added a condition to the approval that stated that fuel deliveries not be permitted between the hours of 3 and 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. The applicant is requesting that this condition be lifted due to the new truck fueling or the gas fueling truck route. And I left this condition in our staff's recommendation because this was added by council at the last minute, and I wanted to give them an opportunity to review it and either approve it or deny it. The proposed fuel center will be operational until 12 a.m. via pay at the pump, and we'll have an attendant from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. during normal business hours of operation, as approved with the previous request. They are also increasing their deficiency from 11 parking spaces to 20, and the monument sign is being relocated south. There's again a condition of our recommendation that there be no outside storage allowed, and all of the previously approved conditions will carry forward. So here's the southeast corner of the site, and the proposed kiosk is 179 square feet. The canopy's 5,300 square feet with 5 pump islands capable of serving 10 cars at a time. Currently, there are 347 parking spaces for the existing Kroger store. They're proposing to remove 47, leaving 300 spaces. This requires a 20 parking space variance and is listed as a PD condition. As mentioned previously, an 11 parking space variance was approved. Staff is in favor of this, as there will be 10 spots at the pumps themselves that typically don't count towards parking, and the applicants provided a parking study indicating that more than half of the parking is not currently being used. An air water station is located south of the kiosk in an existing landscape island at the end of a parking row. As with the previously approved plans, landscaping the site is proposed to be updated to plant what is missing or has died over the years. The landscape plan shows 26 eastern red cedars to be planted where previously Leland cypress were located. Some of these trees have been planted already, and the ones that are still missing are proposed to be planted in the fall. There are some stressed and dead trees that are out on site now, and these too will need to be replaced. There are 12 Chinese pistache trees proposed within the landscape islands in the parking areas and along MacArthur Boulevard. There's 7 Yopon hollies proposed in the west perimeter and 23 crepe myrtles at the drives. There's 139 Burford hollies proposed to be planted adjacent to the parking area as required by the landscape section of the zoning ordinance, and these 2 will be planted in the fall prior to the fuel station being constructed if approved. Currently, there's an existing monument sign out on site on Sandy Lake, and they're proposing another monument sign as with the previous request on the MacArthur Boulevard frontage that will contain gas prices. This too will require an exception to the zoning ordinance and is listed as a condition of the PD.
Sign is proposed to be 40 square feet in size. The proposed location is shifted south closer to the proposed station location as mentioned, and staff is in favor of this request as it'll function for the gas station portion of the site and is consistent with other gas station monument signage throughout the city. The materials of the canopy columns include red and tan brick with a sandstone color aluminum fascia on the canopy. The materials of the kiosk include a sandstone color and oyster color metal fascia. The gas pumps are proposed to have a red Kroger signage below the pump nozzles, and the vent risers are extend 5 feet above the canopy per the fire code. And this proposal has been modified slightly from the previously approved plans. It now depicts the canopy fascia extending 5 inches below the decking, and this will help diffuse the lighting coming off of the canopy. And the applicant has agreed to install 1-inch shields around the lighting, around the recessed lighting below the canopy to help shield the potential glare from the lights. We did send out 34 notices to surrounding property owners within 200 feet, and we had 2 responses in opposition, which I'll read in the record here. The first one says, "This is a terrible idea. There's an elementary school directly across the street. Traffic is already horrible at this intersection, and a gas station will only make it worse. Alternative gas stations are located nearby. Property values of the surrounding homes will fall. I can tell you from personal experience that you cannot count on Kroger to fulfill their obligations. They don't cause one bit or care one bit about their residential neighbors." And that was from a property directly adjacent to it. And then there was another one that says unwanted pollution of air and noise, potential life-threatening hazard and odor, very crammed space. Should Kroger just move elsewhere, diagonally across, and have a school come here? Many residents have moved because of Kroger. It's time to consider moving Kroger to a bigger location that makes sense. And that was directly adjacent to this request. Staff is recommending approval of Plan Development 308 revised commercial, subject to the previously approved conditions, that those be carried forward to this request as follows. And these were written in the ordinance previously. Number 1, that except as amended herein, the property in PD 308C shall be developed in accordance with the previous development regulations. 2, the hours of operation for the drive-through pharmacy window shall not exceed, this is the one that had changed previously, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Saturday, and then 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. was the actual window that changed on Sunday. 3, the exterior lights on the north and west perimeter of the property may be illuminated and maintained in accordance with the glare and lighting standards of the zoning ordinance. 4, in addition to the original regulations as amended, no outside storage of materials or goods will be permitted under the fuel station canopy. 5, an additional 40 square foot monument sign for fuel pricing shall be constructed and maintained as shown on the site plan and signage plans. 6, the entire site shall have 300 parking spaces, inclusive of the Americans with Disabilities regulations as provided on the site plan. 7, the hours of operation of the fuel bays shall be 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. daily. Exterior canopy lighting shall emit no greater than 50.5 foot candles as provided in the Exhibit G of the ordinance. It's the photometric plan. They shall be dimmed to minimum average of 1 foot candle between the hours of 12 a.m. and 6 a.m. Number 9, proposed trees as provided on the landscape plan shall be planted and kept in a healthy growing state to mitigate any aperture and screening regardless of the current state of the tree configuration. 10, address light screening towards the residential areas and landscaping deficiencies. 11, fuel deliveries are prohibited between the hours of 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. And that concludes my presentation. The applicant is in the audience and probably will supplement my presentation some.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Matt. Any questions of staff by the commission?
Yes, Matt, so in terms of the lighting and the 1 foot candle for the after hours, is the footprint of the gas station, is it removing any existing parking lot lights?
Let's see here. I believe it might be, let's see. Let's go back to the, if you can see a shadow here. Give me a thumbs up if they're removing any lights.
I think there's going to be one that will have to relocate as part of that.
There's going to be one that would potentially need to be relocated.
Okay. Yeah, I think as I mentioned in pre-session, that's my concern of having a fairly dark spot. I'd be much more in favor of it being consistent with the rest of the parking lot from a foot candle standpoint after hours.
Okay. Any other comments or questions of staff? Freddie?
Matt, I did have one question. I guess on the PowerPoint, it was missing that other condition about the traffic light. Or did I miss that?
Oh, right, yeah, yeah. I guess I've failed to have that as a condition, but there was a condition that stated that the traffic signal will be installed at the owner's expense if deemed necessary by the city engineer.
And that was my question, was just, what's going to trigger that? I think it'd be nice to put some detail in there for them to understand that, but just question there. Is there something else we could add to that, or?
We could look at it. I could talk to our city engineer, and we could look through it and see if we could have like a threshold to where we would require one.
It's pretty specific there, Freddie, on engineering analysis, a signal warrant analysis, traffic, safety, all those things. But there's some latitude to the city engineer on that.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
It's pretty
Thank you.
straightforward.
Chairman, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
So what is the existing foot candles level of the parking lot from 12 to, let's say, 6 a.m.? What is that?
I'm not sure.
Does the applicant know?
No, typically those are reviewed at the building permit stage, and so as long as they're compliant with our glare and lighting standards of the zoning ordinance, we can go ahead and just pass those along through the permitting.
Well, I agree with my colleague here that 1 foot candle is not a great idea. And I'm not sure why we wouldn't match the rest of the parking lot, whatever that might be, from 12 at night till, 6 or whatever, however long those lights are on. I mean, you may have, depends on how that parking lot lighting is being handled, but it could be that maybe you're losing half the fixtures in a nighttime application of the fixtures. But 1 foot candle is not a great idea.
We can ask the applicant once they're done with their presentation on that. Any other questions of staff? Okay, the applicant.
Good evening, Commission. Clay Christie, Claymore Engineering, 1903 Central Drive, Bedford, Texas. Glad to be here in front of you guys again this evening. When we were here before with our previous case, there was talks of our previous location and moving to the southeastern corner. Matt's done a great job presenting, but to give you a little more backstory on it, at that point in time, just to be upfront and clear, Kroger is not the official owner of the property. And whenever we were working with that property or the owner at that time, that was where we had initially proposed the fuel station. We were denied by that property owner. So that's why we pursued through this and everything else. We went through, we worked with the city council. We were fortunate enough to receive approval on our previous case that we applied for. Talked to some of the council members and the mayor. I mean, it was quite heavy discussion during that city council meeting. And Kroger put forth the promise and the effort to say, we are going to do everything we can to go back and visit with the property owner to see if we can try to relocate this and try to put it back at that corner, as it was just deemed that, council and everybody thought if we could do that, that would be a better solution than being up closer by the other residential homes. So here we are today. We have gone through, we talked with that owner. We have been able to come to an agreement with them to allow us to put it on that hard corner where we have presented today. So that's kind of giving you a little bit of a backstory on why we did move that, is that we have been able to achieve that concession and agreements with the owner. And so we're excited here to move that down. Essentially, what we are proposing is very similar to what we had to you guys previously. It's just kind of taking that footprint and moving it down. Unfortunately, we did lose a few more parking spaces with this option, as Matt had mentioned, but even with that additional reduction, the parking studies that we've had and the history that we have at the store, with this being an existing, we have pretty good data to show that that parking lot can absorb that loss in parking and should not have a negative impact. In order to address your concern about lighting, that was really a restriction that when we were working on with the city, they were the ones that kind of imposed that with us, and that was really, to be honest, and that wasn't something that Matt did in error or anything like that. That was trying to be in concession with the homeowners, because there was lots of concern from from the fuel station being up on the corner closer to the building, those residences, that the lights were going to be bright, and that it was going to shine into those. So we were in agreement that whenever we were not in operation, that we would lower those lighting levels down. We were happy to work with staff, and if that's so feel that, hey, this is a safety thing, I mean, we're in agreement that we would prefer to have a little bit lighter area in there if the chair wishes or the commission wishes. So we would be in much agreement of that, and would welcome that, because we agree with you that it just promotes a safer environment around our facilities. With that, I'm happy to answer any other questions or go into more details regarding our proposal.
Out of curiosity, what was the property owner thinking? Why was he opposed to the initial hard corner?
I'll turn over to my colleague.
Hi, Jackie Wolpert, 7001 Preston Road, Suite 410, Dallas. So
Are you a representative of Kroger or the property owner, or?
I'm representing Kroger, but I've been the one talking to the property owner.
Okay.
So there's actually been a couple property owners since we've had the discussion. Honestly, it's been like a 2-year discussion with the property owners, and it's changed hands. But at one point, one of the property owners actually wanted to put something on the corner. I don't know what, maybe like a little coffee shop or something, but that was something that they wanted to do. And so that was part of the reason that they wouldn't let anything go on that corner. And that's why they pushed us up next to the store. We asked them multiple times, can you relook at it? They said no, because they wanted to keep that flexibility for them. I think since then it's changed hands. I don't think this new property owner really had any intent of doing that. So we were able to talk to him, and he understood what the city and the council and all the residents were saying, and he eventually allowed us to move it.
I like that coffee shop idea, although that would bring more traffic.
It would bring more traffic, and it would take away a lot more parking, but
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. You are representing Kroger?
Yeah, but there also are people from Kroger here as well.
So just from the staff presentation, I'm really kind of shocked at the landscaping, the comment, not only negative comments that were emailed, but the amount of landscaping that's gone downhill. Why is that? Why is there not better maintenance on that? And I know this is all beside the issue, but why is that? No, I'm asking you.
Oh, you're asking?
Yes, you.
Okay, well, I don't handle that part of.
Okay, so is Kroger over here?
Yeah.
All right. Can I ask you to come up?
Thank you. Richard Binkley, 751 Freeport Parkway, Coppell, Texas. So to answer your question, that is a good question. We needed to have better maintenance on it. And so I recently we've been in contact with Division Inc., which takes care of the property. So for probably the last 2 or 3 months, we've been making repairs. And as recently as, I think it was a few days ago, we received a notice from the city that there was basically a leak on the sprinkler system. We were using a lot of gallons of water, and so I did just get confirmation this evening that we did make the repairs. We did get a variance on the amount of water that we're able to use. We had to apply for a variance for it, and so I did receive that yesterday. And so we'll set our controllers to irrigate properly. But we have to water more for the trees that are stressed for the summertime, but that's only like 3 zones out of 15. So to answer your question, yes, we needed to evaluate the whole property and make sure that all the irrigation was properly maintained.
So that's going to fix the issue, right? What about going forward and maintaining?
So we have a maintenance plan to do that, and we've, as an internal group, we've looked at it.
Okay, so thank you for that. So I guess back to Mr. Claymore here. So will you finish your presentation?
Okay. That's the good enough. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, thank you. So I do have a question.
Yes,
I'm really not concerned on the parking. We're residents that have been walking to Kroger for the last 20-plus years. I don't think there will ever be an issue with parking, primarily because I've never seen those spaces in the back filled. If anything, the employees ought to go to the side there. That'll free some spaces up, but I don't think that will be an issue there. I do think that retaining the 3 to 4 p.m. restriction is needed, because when Lakeside, when the kids are getting out of school, it's a monkey house over there. And trucks, refueling trucks coming in and out, you're going to have different drivers. They're not going to know. They're going to come up MacArthur. They're going to make a mistake. They're going to make the turn. So I think that 3 to 4 p.m. restriction ought to be retained.
And just to elaborate on that, there's a little bit more to it besides just the truck operation. We did revise the truck operation, and the turning in the way that it functions works differently to where it is further away and it doesn't have that. We do have, there are different drivers, but whenever we do have these and we have our fuel, the operations do have essentially a full fuel truck path that they're aware of. So the drivers do know and where they're to go. The difficulty that we were having in working with our operations, and we'll continue to try to honor that as much as we can. The challenge that you have is whenever those tanks get low, it can automatically send a request for the fuel, and then that gets a process going, and the fuel trucks get dispatched and they go there. And so what we were asking for was, one, we've tried to fix part of that problem, and two, operationally, we didn't want to come up and try to make a promise to you guys and then something not be able to be kept. And so that is just something that is internally, by the time it goes through that many hands and where that goes, if the truck gets there early or late, if they get there at 3 o'clock, they're going to go sit somewhere, they're going to go park in the parking lot, they're going to have to wait to discharge their fuel because of the disbursement of what that is. We internally can try to alleviate that with, controlling when it gets fuel and when it gets full, or filled up, but that was part of the reasoning too, is just the operational logistics of being able to restrict from that few hours, or that 1 hour is a little bit operationally tough to make that promise, if that makes sense.
I can kind of see that. I still think you'll have, the site is with the turns in the corner. I can see there being other on-site issues.
Understand.
Operational. Okay. Comments by the commission or questions of the applicant? Freddie?
I just want one unrelated question, but more about EV charging stations. Is there going to be something in the future for that site to have EV charging?
Our group's evaluated it, and that was part of the discussion that we had last time and everything else. At this point in time, given what our market study and what they have right there, it's not something that we see at this point in time for this fuel station at this point in time. But down as that grows and as that expands and everything else further down the road, that's definitely something that Kroger would be a part of to try to, if the market's there and the demand's there, that they would be in support of trying to further that with their facilities.
Thank you.
Comments, questions, Ed?
So I was a little confused. So is the entire property owned by, is it on 2 parcels, or is it leased? Is the entire property, does Kroger lease the property?
It is on a singular platted lot. So It's all on one owned parcel by a singular owner. There's not 2 parcels. We're not trying to subdivide this or replat it into 2 parcels or anything at that time.
And then is the current owner in agreement with generally what you're proposing?
Yes, we've had to go send them our site plan, and Jackie, who just spoke here right before me, she's been our lead correspondent with the owners to make sure that we have permission, and unfortunately that's why last time we were here we didn't have it up there the way that it is now.
Got it. Thank you.
I'm a lighting designer by my trade, so I think about these issues all the time and look at these parking lots and do parking lot design and such. So what kind of lighting do you have in that parking lot? Is it metal halide? Is it high-pressure sodium, low-pressure sodium? What is it?
So, well, Richard, didn't we just replace those with the LEDs? So there was a there was a little bit of a challenge that we actually have ongoing to adjust some of the additional lighting, particularly at the back of the site with some shielding with the neighborhood and the residential. But Kroger actually just recently went and upgraded the lights of the parking lot to provide LED lighting for the parking lot that's there. Some of the standards were got a little out of whack. We've worked with the city and everybody else, and it's still an ongoing. We're lowering some lights on the building and everything else, but currently it's an LED is what we have.
Okay, great. So good job on all that. Since it is LED, then I presume the fixtures are dimmable. Is that correct?
With our fuel station, that was part of what we had when we were negotiating with Matt, was the ability to be able to dim it.
So your parking lot fixtures are dimmable. So is that correct?
I didn't.
You think so? You're not sure.
So sorry, that was a little bit of a separate project, so I wasn't front and center on that one to be able to know what all that we have right there.
Well, I would just ask staff to look at that issue because clearly, I mean, being sensitive to glare and the neighbors and such is important, of course.
So.
But if they are dimmable, then we can mitigate this fairly easily, you know. So let's just look at that and make sure we're on point with it, I guess.
Absolutely. I know that we've been working on the lighting deal with Mr. Steer for a while now, and we'll continue to work and get that resolved. Absolutely.
Cindy?
Thanks. Last time I voted against this because I was concerned with the proximity of the fuel station to the building and the truck traffic. So I have to say I really like changing it, moving it to the southeast corner. I think that's a lot better, and that resolves any concerns that I had.
Thank you, Ms. Bishop.
Any other questions of the applicant? Okay, thank you very much. This is a public hearing. We have two folks that have signed up to speak. Bobby Finken, followed by Dan McNabb.
It's me again. Bobby Finken, Lakes of Coppell. Just want to say I'm representing myself as well as the board of directors. A couple comments about what Matt said about the people behind there. I don't know if y'all are aware of it, Matt's aware of it, but the city council, West Mays, had to call security for the first time because these people just really were pretty militant. So, and I'm not talking about all of them, I'm talking about a few of them that came after us, Dan and myself. But a couple things about it that I noticed in those statements is they said there was 31 people behind there against it, and now they're saying that this is a terrible idea to move it. They represent less than 2.5% of the people in our HOA. I've always been in favor of this. As far as the people saying that Kroger's a bad neighbor, that's not accurate. We need a grocery store. So when somebody says we need to move the grocery store, well, I don't buy that, and I don't buy the idea that it hurts our property values. Some people could move there and say, well, if I don't want to live there because it's not a grocery store. So I appreciate you, Commissioner Bishop, for saying it sounds like you're going to change your opinion, because I know last time you said you go to Marco's between 5 and 6 and that intersection's busy, and I was going to say that all of the intersections in Coppell are pretty busy, but I don't know if you all approved it, but that school is a disaster with the traffic. So I'm really going to urge you to please not put that 3 to 4 o'clock restriction on fuel trucks. It's one truck that may be there twice a day, if that, and it's going to turn in, it's going to take 45 seconds. I mean, otherwise, if you've ever gone to a gas station and they're out of fuel, the pressure drops and it takes forever to fuel your car. And I just think it'd be a pain, and I don't think it's fair to the vendor to say that. Also, it was said before that as far as the traffic, this is a statistic that really bothers me. 85% of the people buying gas are already there anyway. So why are we worried about an additional 15? If Kroger is correct that 200 cars will fuel there, which I'm not sure that number is going to be that high, 15% of 200 is only an additional 30 cars over 12 hours. What is that, 2 cars an hour? I just don't think we should be putting restrictions on them from 3 to 4. But anyway, I appreciate what you guys did, and I really appreciate you all approving it last time.
Thank you very much.
Looking forward to having a gas station
there. Dan McNabb, please.
Bobby covered
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak for or against the proposed application? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any discussion about the commission? I will concur with your comment about pass-by and diverted trips. Those pass-by, that traffic is already out on the network. It's not going to change. The gas station won't change it. So, okay, any other comments? Any questions?
Yes, I
Ed?
have a question for Matt. As it relates, I think you had mentioned earlier, in terms of the evening or night requirement from a lighting standpoint, from foot candle, is there already a requirement in place for parking lot lighting after a certain time?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I think the minimum standard is 1 foot candle. It might be 2 foot candles on average, but the minimum would be.
Is there a maximum?
I'm not absolutely sure. There's a maximum at the property line. So they are showing that in their photometric study that was included in your plan.
Okay.
Or your packet.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, or discussion? Okay, is there a motion?
Sorry. In terms of the discussion, so what I'll propose, I'll take a shot at modifying, doing a modification. I think we need to modify and vote, and then, or can we modify and approve?
If it's part of your motion, I would say just make it part of your motion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Matt?
I added condition 12 that was left off of the presentation. Added that back on to.
Traffic signal?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so, hang on there, Glenn. Ed, you going to make a motion?
Yes.
Okay, is there a motion by the commission?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I will move to modify and approve PD 308 RC Kroger Fuel Station zoning request from PD 308C Plan Development to PD 308 RC to allow for a revised site plan, subject to staff conditions, subject to one modification. In number 7, removing the words after and, comma, shall be dimmed to a minimum average of one foot candle between the hours of 12 a.m. and 6 a.m.
Is that number 8 or number 7? Number 8.
It is, okay, so it's number 8 on the PowerPoint. So it would read, the modification would read, exterior canopy lighting shall emit no greater than 50.5 foot candle as provided in Exhibit G, period. And the balance of the sentence would be removed.
I second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Marr and a second by Commissioner Haferman. Shelby, would you call the roll, please?
Please respond by saying aye or nay as I call your name. Commissioner Guerra?
Aye.
Vice Chairman Portman?
Aye.
Chairman Haas?
Aye.
Commissioner Mauer?
Aye.
Commissioner Haifman?
Aye.
Commissioner Bishop?
Aye.
All approved, none opposed, motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we move on to item 9, we have one of our commissioners who will be recusing herself because of a business or financial relationship to not only item number 9, but also item 10 and 11. So Commissioner Bishop will be recusing herself. Okay, item 9 on the agenda is a public hearing to consider approval of PD-311-LI, that being AstraZeneca Tank Farm, being a portion of Lot 3R1, Block 8, Park West Commerce Center, a zoning change request from light industrial to plan development number 311, light industrial, to allow for the construction of a 19,893 square foot accessory tank farm structured and an 8,149 square foot building addition to the existing office/warehouse building on approximately 8 acres of property located on Lot 3R1, Block 8, located at 508 Wrangler Drive, at the request of ML Realty, on behalf of AstraZeneca and being represented by Alan Hager of DPR Construction. We have a staff presentation by Ms. Mary Prone Boswell. Mary?
Good evening.
So item number 9 is a public hearing. This is for AstraZeneca. AstraZeneca is a pharmaceutical company located on Wrangler Drive. This particular location produces one product, and I apologize if I mispronounce it, Lokelma. There we go. I get my star. Which is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with hyperkalemia. Hyperkalemia is a condition where the potassium levels in a person's blood are too high and can lead to potentially life-threatening health issues, especially for those with chronic kidney disease. And this affects, the chronic kidney disease affects approximately 200 million people worldwide. And this is the only place where this drug is produced worldwide. So currently they have 6 manufacturing lines and are proposing to expand it to 8. Staff has previously approved administratively parking expansions, some minor building expansion, and a utility yard. This new building addition requires a PD since they are asking for a parking variance. So to meet this drug demand or increase in this drug demand, they're looking to expand the manufacturing capacity at this site. The building in beige is the existing facility. The expansion includes the construction of a building that will hold the chemicals to make the Lokelma medicine. This plant or building operates 24 hours a day, every day. So the zone change request is to allow the construction of an approximately 19,000 square foot accessory tank farm structure in phase 1. And then in phase 2, there's potentially a 3,000 square foot building addition to the existing office warehouse building. The second phase would happen if they need it and was included because it would take out 8 additional parking spaces. There will be some additional equipment added to the utility yard and already existing on the eastern portion of the site. So this site plan shows the tank farm proposed on the rear western side of the site. So up until now, it's been used as a laydown yard for other happenings on the site. And it's going to be converted to a building for tanks referred to as a tank farm. So the PD condition that they're asking for is related to parking. So there's about 237 parking spaces currently, which is above what is required for what they currently have. With the new construction, they're required to have 253 parking spaces. So basically this picture shows some adjustments that they'll have to make. They're going to have to take out 45 parking spaces. They're going to be adding back 16, leaving them with 208. But as mentioned earlier, if they do the phase 2, then they'll take out another 8 behind the building to add that 3,000 square feet. So we asked AstraZeneca representatives about their operational needs, and as mentioned in their letter, this is a 24-hour day operation, and their current average maximum capacity is 140 employees per day. They have indicated that 200 spaces will meet their current and future business needs based on their operating staffing plan. So staff is in support of the requested parking variance. So trucks will enter the site from Wrangler Drive, drive down the eastern side of the building to the rear of the site, and then make their way to the tank farm building on the western portion of the site. We'll have 2 bays to receive the trucks. So the front half of this site will not be impacted with the new construction. So what we're looking at here is just the scope of work that they're proposing with this new tank farm. So they will be removing some trees from the site to make way for the new building and parking spaces and saving what they can. In addition, they'll be planting 32 new trees on site in the parking area and new building and along the western perimeter. They'll have to pay approximately $32,500 in tree mitigation fees, and we're working with them to provide a landscape plan for the rest of the site. I think they just turned that in earlier today. So what we're looking at here, and being passed along to you is the, some renderings of the tank farm building. So they have little ones there. Yeah. So the new tank farm building will be made of precast concrete panels to match the existing facade, both in pattern, paint color, and texture. They'll be using a combination of Sherwin-Williams balanced beige and tavern taupe. Renderings of the building have been provided, as well as photographs of the existing building. So you'll see the 4 pictures on the top represent the renderings of the proposed building. You see on the top left, the truck bays, so you'll see where the trucks will be pulling in. And then the bottom pictures represent the existing building on site. So the western length of the interior wall of the tank farm building will be 4-hour rated so as not to interfere with future possible construction on the adjacent lot. So here we just have some more pictures, different perspectives. So the tank farm building will have a subterranean level or pit, and then 2 levels above ground which will contain the chemical tanks, offices, pump room, break room, and waste room. The new building will have a backup generator on the east side, which will be screened. Nothing at the front half of the portion of the AstraZeneca site will be changing, other than the existing building will have a backup generator on the east side, which will also be screened. So again, this is a public hearing, a zone change request. We did send out notices within 200 feet as required by state law, additional courtesy notices within 800 feet, and we had no responses in favor or opposition of this request. So staff is recommending approval of this request with the following conditions. 1, that there may be additional comments during detailed engineering plan review. 2, that they revise the landscape plan prior to City Council. 3, that the PD condition is to allow for a parking variance and allow for 200 parking spaces as shown on the site plan. So that is the end of my presentation. People for AstraZeneca are here as well, and I believe they have a presentation that they'd like to give if you would like to see it.
Very good. Thank you, Mary. Any questions of staff by the commission? Kent, you have a question?
Thank you, yes. Mary, is the material going in these tanks, is it flammable, explosive, toxic waste, that type of thing? What's going on in these tanks?
So they did provide us with information on the types of chemicals. I'll let them answer it.
The chemicals, there's 4 chemicals that are going to be stored in that tank.
Hold on a second. If I can get your name and address for the record. Yeah, into the microphone. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jerome Doyle. I work with engineering for AstraZeneca at the Coppell site.
I'm Alan Hager, Senior Project Manager for DPR Construction Managers for AstraZeneca.
Thank you. Okay.
Sorry, I was anxious to answer your question. So we have 4 chemicals. All of them are non-hazardous. They're corrosive. There's a mixture of acids and bases. So there's hydrochloric acid, sodium hydroxide, colloidal silica, and zirconium acetate, but they're not corrosive. They're not hazardous at all. And the building's being designed to meet all the building codes and regulations to contain the chemicals. Like she shared with you, that pit is to make sure if we do have a leak in any of our tanks or vessels, that leak is contained within the building.
Thank you for that. So, Mary, with the location of these tanks, the site to the west is vacant. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I think that's owned by AAA, if I remember correctly. I think,
Yes.
Matt, you shared that with me. In future development of that site, would there be required mitigation on the location of their buildings and such relative to these tanks?
No, sir. That's why there's that 4-hour wall on that western side of the building. So that would act as a barrier in case there was anything caught on fire or whatever. So it will not require additional mitigation on the vacant parcel piece.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hang on, have a second. Any other questions of staff by the commission? Okay. Now, is there anything you'd like to add to the presentation, the application, that we think we should know before we get into some questions?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd like to share a little bit of background about the site. Sure. So our site, like Mary said, she presented it very well. It's a single product site. It's the only site for AstraZeneca that produces Lokelma. So this site was originally acquired by AstraZeneca in 2015. They got regulatory approval for the drug substance, the medicine Lokelma, in 2018. They started commercially distributing it in 2019, and now today they're distributing it to 55 markets. The site's vision and mission is to be able to supply Lokelma globally to every patient that needs it, and to be able to supply it at less than 10 cents per gram. That price target is very critical for us, because to be able to give global access to the medicine, we have to get below 10 cents per gram. So that allows us to get to markets like China, India. We're already approved in China. But to maintain that price level, that price target, we have to maximize the utilization of our Coppell site. If we built a second manufacturing site in another state or another location, that would increase the cost per gram, and we wouldn't be able to provide Lokelma to other markets. So that's why we're really focused on maximizing the utilization of that existing site. And that's what the expansion that she summarized. We're adding 2 manufacturing lines and adding this tank farm that will allow us to meet the future demand for Lokelma.
And have there ever been any issues with the current operations with regards to any kind of fumes or anything, any issues at all?
Nope. And we've partnered with engineering firms and experts in the emissions and vapors. So the starting materials we use to manufacture Lokelma are considered non-vapor emitting, so they're not hazardous. HCl, because hydrochloric acid could be considered an irritant. So because of that, for our HCl tanks, we have a scrubber. It's a continuous scrubber before the fumes goes into the atmosphere to help neutralize the fumes before it goes in the atmosphere. But they're non-emitting chemicals, so there's no vapors from those chemicals.
Okay. With regards to reviewing the parking, your parking need, appreciated the memo there, the analysis of the lines that will be running and pretty much the parking demand. As your demand increases, could there be the need for overlapping lines where there may be an overlap in employees waiting to come on because now you have increased production, therefore there's increased demand on parking, therefore it creates potentially another issue? So the question is there an potentially an overlapping issue that's needed to address your increase in product?
No, so we accounted for that in our study. So our site, we run 24/7, and to be able to run 24/7, we have 4 shift teams to cover all 168 hours for the week. And even when we add trains, the 7th and 8th manufacturing line, our staffing will still stay around the same. Okay. Right now, our site occupancy is a little higher because of all the construction activity. So the increase in staffing will be offset by the loss in construction activity once we stabilize the operations. But we did account for that. So we're looking, our max occupancy should be around 140, so the 200 parking spaces will be plenty.
Okay. And you occupy the whole building?
Yes.
100%
yes.
fully utilized?
Yeah, I should have mentioned that. So on that property has 2 facilities. They're both owned by ML Realty. AstraZeneca leases the one on the west side. On the east side, I think HCA rents that from ML Realty. But we lease that whole building. Okay. And we reviewed these plans with the owner and the landlord, and they've been very supportive, very, very helpful partners.
Okay. Very good. Any questions of the applicant by the commission?
We would like to show one more.
Yes, sir.
If you would forward that to the next to the last slide. I'd like Jerry to speak about this. I've been involved off and on with AstraZeneca for about 7 years in the construction management area. And this one last slide is we wanted to show you this because this is really why we're here. Like Jerry mentioned, the demand for Lokelma.
The previous one, sorry.
This right here, right. So maybe you can mention something about
Yes, I mentioned before, our site team, we're very proud, take a lot of pride in being able to deliver Lokelma to the patients that need it, because prior to Lokelma being introduced to the market, hyperkalemia was an unmet illness, right? There's some medicines on market, but they weren't that effective. And then when Lokelma got introduced, it really helped address patients with hyperkalemia. So the one thing, we try to always connect our team members, our site employees, to the actual patient. And this image here is of patient. The patient is Mike, and he's with his spouse Annie. And he met with us in December of last year, and he shared with us his patient experience. He shared with us like how grateful he was, to be able to have the option to take Lokelma, because he took some of those other medicines previously. In his words, he said the experience was so poor it wasn't effective for him. But then once he started taking Lokelma, it got his potassium levels under control and really improved his health. And he thanked the entire site team for not only helping him, but also having an impact on his wife, his family, and his friends, because he's able to still be with them because of Lokelma. So it was a great opportunity. It was really fulfilling for us, because when he presented to us, we thanked him for his time and everything. And at the end, in closing, he said, "I should be thanking you guys. You guys are the heroes giving me the medicine to make me healthier. So, thank you for what you do." So, but we couldn't do that. I mean, we couldn't do that without the partnership from Coppell, ML Realty, the landlord of the property, Holt Lunsford. It's been like a collaborative effort to make the most of that property and get Lokelma to the patients that need it.
Thank you for that. Any other questions by the commission or the applicant? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anybody who'd like to speak for or against the proposed application? I don't have anybody signed up. Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any discussion by the commission, or is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I will move that the AstraZeneca tank farm be approved, subject to city staff conditions.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Portman. Is there a second?
I second.
A second by Commissioner Guerra. Ashley? I'm sorry.
It's close. It's Shelby.
Shelby.
It's okay.
Shelby.
Did you say Ashley?
Shelby, would you call the roll, please? I am so sorry.
Amanda, I get called Amanda a lot. It's okay.
Careful, I may just, okay, sorry.
Please respond by saying aye or nay as I call your name. Commissioner Guerra.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Portman.
Aye.
Commissioner Haas.
Aye.
Commissioner Maurer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hafman.
Aye.
Commissioner Bishop is not here. All approved, none opposed, motion carries.
Thank you much, Amanda. Item 10 this evening is a public hearing to approve thank you very much. Is to consider approval of PD-309-SF12 and C, Forest Creek, lots 1 and 2, Block A.
Alan.
A zoning change request from commercial to plan development number 309 SF12 and commercial to allow the development of a residence and professional office building on 2 lots totaling 2.05 acres of property located on the west side of South Denton Tap Road, approximately 450 feet north of West Bethel Road, at the request of Jose Fernando Terruya, FTA Design Studio, Inc. We have a staff presentation by Ms. Mary Prone Boswell. Mary?
Thank you. So item 10 is a public hearing. This particular piece of property is 2 acres in size. However, it's very oddly shaped and has a limited amount of land for development. Since a good portion of it backs up to the 100-year floodplain and drops about 20 feet from Denton Tap to the creek at the rear of the site. Staff has been working with the owner to come up with a plan for this site. Currently, the property is zoned commercial. With this proposal, the southern portion of the lot would be rezoned to allow for residence. The base zoning would be SF12, which matches the surrounding residences and also conforms with the future land use plan. The northern portion of the property would remain commercial, and an office building is planned to be constructed there. The owner of the property plans to live in the residence and build an office for his architecture business next door. So the residence is planned to be constructed first. One of the challenges of this site was the driveway locations. Staff has been working with the applicant to adjust the driveway to better align with the median opening already in place. This will entail adding a left turn lane and making some median modifications that the applicant will be responsible for. Further analysis will be done at the time of engineering review. So we're going to take a look at each lot individually. So this is lot 1, which is the southernmost lot, and would be for the single-family residence. This lot is somewhat triangular in shape with a long frontage along Denton Tap, somewhere around 440-ish feet, and and it narrows towards the rear of the property. The base zoning for this is proposed to be SF12. So they're asking for several variances, which include a variance to the front yard setback, which would typically be 30 feet, but they're asking for 25, obviously because the limitation in the amount of developable land on this site. And for the lot depth of 57 feet on the north side. As mentioned earlier, the lot's irregular configuration and the 100-year floodplain limit lines limit the development of the lot. Staff is in favor of the proposed variances. The residence as shown would be 5,118 square feet and provides a tremendous side yard and rear yard setback. The two-story building would be on a pier and beam and would have a 2-car garage, circular driveway off Denton Tap, and guest parking, and obviously no alley access. So they are proposing a permeable driveway paving for a portion of the site and concrete paving for the circular drive portion. Staff has no objection to this since they are providing concrete for the circular drive section in case emergency vehicles need to access the site. There is proposed to be an 8-foot wall along the front of the property where the garage and entry court are, with a sliding gate for access to this area from the driveway. So now we're going to take a look at Lot 2, which is the northernmost lot, which is proposed to remain commercial. The applicant is proposing to construct their architecture office here. So the property north of this also is commercial. The lot is proposed to have a rectangular 2,990 square foot office, 12 parking spaces on the lower level with the offices elevated above. The site will be accessed from 2 driveways off Denton Tap, which will be concrete and contain a fire lane. So typically there's a screening wall required between residential and commercial zoning. In this instance, the applicant is proposing to utilize a living screen in between his office and his residence. The residence is also proposed to have a gated area, by the garage. The applicant is proposing to use the existing trees as a living screen for the other residential lots to the west of this property. So staff is in favor of these conditions since we don't want a wall in the middle of the creek in the 100-year floodplain, and since there is approximately 100 feet from building to building with dense trees in between. So I'm going to ask our Cole Baker from our engineering department to come up and talk about drainage, erosion, and the floodplain.
Good evening. Some of the concerns that we've heard that we looked at throughout the process of our review were the drainage, the erosion, the floodplain, and there was also some traffic concerns that were raised with us. Regarding the drainage, what's proposed here, as far as runoff from the site, there's a very limited amount of impervious area that's proposed for this site, much less than we would typically see in a development of this size. So the amount of runoff that will be generated from that is less than what we could see, especially with some of the other proposals that have been brought forward or proposed for the site before. The detailed drainage calculations for this will be reviewed whenever we get into the detailed engineering review. But based off our master drainage plan for the city, this site is called to be developed. And so it's in keeping with the design and our assumptions for the drainage system throughout the city. Regarding erosion, this is a creek, and erosion is a concern along any creek. There's an erosion hazard setback line that we have that's established along any creek throughout the city. And per our ordinance, they'll be required to do a geotechnical analysis. They'll have an engineer study the soils and make sure that they know what they need to do to be able to protect the development from erosion. What they are proposing is the building is proposed to be constructed on piers. Both of the buildings are. So that the piers will be the main support structure for the buildings, and then for the pavement that's proposed for the site, they're proposing to have retaining walls. So those will have to be designed by an engineer, and that will be reviewed as part of the building permit process, and we'll also be reviewing that study from the geotechnical engineer. Regarding the floodplain, we can see that we've got the site outlined here on this map. There is a lot of the site that is within the floodplain. All of the surface improvements for the proposed development are located outside of that floodplain map. There are a few minor areas around the edges of some of the buildings where they are proposing to cantilever out over the floodplain. All these structures, the lowest point of those buildings, they're all set up well above the floodplain elevation. So that's in keeping with our floodplain ordinance. There's no obstruction that will be caused by the buildings, and they are set high enough up to be protected from both flooding and any sort of worry about debris or anything like that. Yes, really, it's a challenging site, and they're making use of what they can on the site. All of the improvements are proposed to be constructed on that relatively flatter area at the top, and so there's not as much of a concern from at least the engineering side regarding any impacts to creek wildlife or anything like that. They're outside of the actual creek flow area. So it's meeting all of our requirements for floodplain, drainage, and erosion. Regarding the traffic, they're going to be adjusting that. They'll be installing the left turn lane and aligning their driveway with the median opening. Part of this was this was really twofold, both to provide access for our fire trucks, for them to be able to get in there and provide emergency services to that commercial building if they do need to, and also just the concern with if they weren't aligned with the median opening, just concerned with drivers being incentivized to make dangerous maneuvers in that intersection. Regarding traffic generation from this development, the trip generation is very low. The outbound trips from the office would be less than 5 trips in the peak office based off the trip generation manual, and so there's not as much of a concern about that. Really, Den Chap experiences a lot of traffic, but this is one of the lesser areas of concern. And that's all I have to share.
Couple of quick questions for you. The floodplains, were these established as part of the FEMA study, or is this the latest and greatest?
Yes, so that's the existing floodplain map, and we did double check based off of the base flood elevations are given by FEMA as well as the actual map boundary. Just reviewing in general for this site, the mapped boundaries from FEMA are more conservative than what the actual elevations would indicate. So there could be potential where if they wanted to, they could adjust the maps to remove some land from the floodplain without actually making any on-the-ground changes.
Okay. And then with regards to the trip generation, which edition of the trip gen manual are you using?
Oh, I don't recall.
What's the trip rate for the office? I'm giving you a hard time, Cole.
Oh, okay.
It's 11th edition, and it's
Yes.
1.49 trips per
Yeah,
1,000. So you're right, it is less than 5 trips.
Yes.
So, but I think the concern in our pre-session was just the speed on Denton Tap.
Right.
And, in the relatively few number of trips that come out, I mean, they're going to have to pay attention because in that area, traffic tends to kind of accelerate. So that was kind of the theme and the question that both Ed and I had. But I figured you all will have that under control as part of your review on the site.
Yes.
With regards to the gates, there's a gate on the residential property, but that's in far enough to where if a car turns in, they can turn around?
Yes, yeah,
did-
they've given us auto turn exhibits showing a garbage truck is able to turn onto that circular
Perfect.
drive and make its maneuvers, so there's
Perfect.
no concern that delivery trucks or
And there's
anything
no
like
gates
that.
on the northern lot?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Any questions of Cole while he's here? Good job. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Okay. Is there any other part of the presentation, Mary? Are we done, or?
A little bit more.
I'm sorry?
We have a little bit more.
Okay.
We're going to talk about landscaping. So, landscaping plans are only required for the commercial lot, but obviously they're going to be landscaping both lots. So they will be proposing, to remove trees to be able to construct both buildings, the associated parking, et cetera. So they're proposing to save the trees that they can, which include, I think, some trees like in the parking lot areas. So according to their mitigation plans, I think they're preserving approximately 72% on Lot 2. Mitigation fees, I believe at this point in time, we're looking at about $18,680. So landscaping is proposed along Denton Tap with a combination of trees, ground cover, grouped at either end, and smaller shrubs in between the driveway entrances. And let's see. So a large percentage of the site will be landscaped or left in its natural state, more than the 30% required for lots under 2 acres. And this is just kind of like a plant palette of the different types of plants and trees that they're looking to provide on site. In terms of the buildings themselves, so both buildings will have a modern look to them with materials for the residents being a cream-colored limestone, Austin, butterstick block, charcoal-colored terracotta rain screen. So when you look at this, we're looking at the top represents the front along Denton Tap. You'll see that the office building has the windows facing Denton Tap, whereas on the residence just to the south, it's more, you don't see any windows on the front. So there's actually a large screening wall like we talked about earlier. Then the bottom picture represents the rear of the site. So it's kind of in reverse. So the office doesn't have any kind of windows to the back, but the residence is proposed to have most of their windows and stuff facing the creek. And this just kind of gives you a look at the different materials and where they'll be used on the building. And this is the north and south elevation of the residence. This is the office building. Again, the top represents the part facing Denton Tap, and the bottom, the rear, facing the creek. So you can see that the building's, elevated. You can see the pier and beam structures where it's kind of cantilevered. And this is just a representation of the materials kind of in real life pictures. So again, we did send out notices, 21 within 100 feet, as required by state law, additional 105 courtesy notices within 800 feet. We did receive some responses. So 4 responses within 200 feet, 1 response within 800 feet. So 3 of those 4 responses within the 200 feet were in opposition of this request. And I'll just kind of give you a rundown of the comments. Essentially, they were opposed, thinking that this will cause a high risk for flooding and other natural destruction. The trees will be cut, which increase the soil loose into the creek, increase risk for flooding during rains. It will increase the traffic and disturbance on Denton Tap with accidents. Another one is I'm opposed to rezoning of the property to mixed, commercial, and residential as I am concerned about the impact on the nature and harmony of the neighborhoods surrounding the property. And then they're opposed because it may impact the creek hydraulics that we share with the neighbors. It may have increased water flow to the creek. And then we did have one response also opposed within the 800 feet with the comment that this would hurt their property values. So staff is recommending approval of this request subject to the following conditions. 1, there may be additional comments during detailed engineering plan review. 2, that tree mitigation fees should be paid at the time of tree removal permit. 3, that the plat cannot be filed prior to the zoning being approved. And 4, that park fees are required for the residential lot. So that is the end of my presentation. The applicant is here as well, and we're both here to answer questions.
Thank you, Mary and Cole, for the presentation. Any questions of staff? Freddie?
Mary, I just had some questions. I guess for the office building, you know, with no windows on the west or the back side of the building, was that more just to avoid any privacy issues with the 4 homeowners on the back side? Was that ever expressed, or?
I'll let the applicant answer that, if you don't mind.
Thank you.
While they're coming down, are there any other questions of staff? Ed?
Yes, Mary. Where was the gate on the residential portion coming off of Denton Tap?
It's a vertical.
And does it allow for a car to fully pull in if the gate is closed?
Yeah, are you, sorry, were you saying the residential?
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, so you pull in, I don't know if I can use my mouse here. You pull in here, and then there's a gate here, and then there's this whole area here.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a presentation by Jose Fernando Teruya.
Matt will hook you up.
Let me get down here.
You want to do it here? Can he do his thing from here?
While they're loading that up, when we get to the public hearing portion, I have 4 people signed up. Glenn Bishop, Eric Royal, Elizabeth Royal, and Assad Zaman. So cue those up after the presentation. Hi, how are you? Can you get your name and address for the record?
Yeah. Fernando Teruya, 1056 Village Parkway, Coppell. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Baron Boswell. Thank you, Mr. Steer. Thank you, Mr. Baker, for your fine presentation. Many thanks to the members of the Development Review Committee for their advice that helped us bring the development project up to this point today. Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, I appreciate this opportunity to say some words about this development. My wife and I have been living in Coppell for over 20 years. I am a licensed architect in the state of Texas. I am a business owner, and I have an office in Las Colinas. I've been having this office for in that location on Royal Lane for 17 years now.
Excuse me, sir, would you get closer to the microphone so I can hear a little better?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Our desire is to build our residence and a professional office building next to it. Last year, we purchased this property, zoned commercial, and today we are applying for a zoning change to allow the development of a single-family residence and a professional office building next to it. In order to keep our architect's license active, the American Institute of Architects and the Texas Board of Architectural Examiners require us to complete a continuing education program every year. These continuing education courses are not related to perception of beauty or trends in style or color coordination, as many in the public may assume. Most learning units must address knowledge intended to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the occupants of buildings and the community. In fact, our Texas board requires all learning units to address these 3 priorities to maintain a good standing. The value we bring to the neighborhood is ingrained in our duty to protect its health, safety, and welfare. So that's our concept. That's our top priorities for the project. Okay, next, please. This is the site. It's filled with beautiful trees. Most of them are, or a lot of them are post oak trees, and I can see behind in this wall the Coppell logo with post oak leaves. It is very representative of the city. It's most of the oldest trees in the city are post oaks, including the historic tree located in Grapevine Springs Park. And this is not too far from that location, and these trees are very old, and we love trees. We want to protect them. We want to keep all of them and take care of them. Most of these trees, well, there are 112 trees in this site, and we want to keep many of them. We want to keep as many as we can. Next, please. This is the footprint of the residential building, and you can see the trees are indicated there. You can see the tree trunks in the black dots, and you can see the canopies also. And if we go to the next slide, you can see that this is basically the foundation, the grading and foundation plan. Basically, we are not touching the ground, and the only driveway that we are proposing is for the garbage truck, and it requires some filling over there, and that's it. The entire building, both for the residential building and the office, will be on piers and beams. So we don't fill the site, we don't touch the creek, and we will touch as few trees as possible. We want the tree root system to be intact and basically locate our 2 buildings over that root system. Next, please. This is the site for the office, and as you can see, the only concrete driveway is the one for the far lane because it's a commercial building, and then the office will be on a 2nd floor above the parking spaces, and you can see that next to the far lane there is no landfill and the creek will be untouched. Next, please. Okay, this is a view towards Denton Tap Road from the creek. Here I'm standing within my property on the creek, and safety is our concern, is the concern of many of the neighbors. I've witnessed, I've been to this site for the past 2 years, almost in every month, and we've seen people coming down the creek from the street. Some people park their bikes and they come down as if it were a park, and they play in the creek. And also, if you walk further down the creek, you will see graffiti on the columns that support the bridge, which shouldn't happen. But what we offer here for the neighborhood is to control access to the creek with the private development. So as much as we can, we can be the eyes on the creek on this side of the property. Next, please. And welfare. So we talk about health, we talk about safety and welfare. Denton Tap Road is a 40-mile-per-hour thoroughfare. Is basically our main street, and the road produces a lot of noise. And by building this building that is about 250 feet long, including its surrounding walls, we can mitigate the noise. We will not be able to eliminate the noise for the neighbors at the back, but we can mitigate it. We can block a good deal of that noise, and We have friends that live at the back of the property, and they say that in sometimes, especially in the winter, when there's no leaves on the trees, there is considerable amount of noise coming into the property from the road. So basically, this provides a good noise barrier to the neighborhood. Next, please. These are pictures of the property. The one above is from February last year, and the one below was taken in June. You can see that we cannot see our neighbors at the back. The trees are so dense, and even in the winter, the tree canopies of the evergreens are so low that it's impossible to see through. I don't think that those trees provide adequate noise mitigation, and for sure our wall and our building will do that. Next, please. These post oak trees are beautiful. We want to take care of them. We've been working with an arborist, a very good one, and we've been selecting the trees that we want to celebrate with the architecture. Next, please. This is a rendering from above. It's an aerial view of the residence. You can see the trees just adjacent to the residence because it is possible to build it in this way. The root, we are not disturbing the root system of the trees. They are underneath the home. And in some cases, like in this patio, for example, all this is a pervious surface. It's made out of planks of precast concrete. And we just let the tree go through, stay there, and our concrete planks are basically surrounding the trees. We allow the rain to seep through. Post oak trees need almost no water. They are used to very dry conditions, and actually our arborist recommends not to irrigate them, and it will be just enough with the rainfall that seeps through the concrete planks. This is also an existing tree. These are existing trees. We are adding these crepe myrtles, and also we are adding these Elderica pines over here. That will help mitigate some of the noise at the back to protect our neighbors at the back. Next, please. And the office development, again, the only concrete surface that we're building is this far lane, and the entire building is on pier and beams, and there is parking underneath. Very little disturbance on the creek and the wildlife. Next, please. And this is a sequence of images driving south along Denton Tap Road. Next, please. You can see this is an existing cottonwood tree, and it will be right next to the permeable parking spaces. Next. These are new trees, crepe myrtles, and Elderica pines. Next. That is the circular driveway for the home. It allows the turning of a garbage truck, and also for some visitors to park their cars outside as well as inside. Next. That's the, sorry. Okay, that's the, it's working, sorry. That is the entry gate of the inner court, and the two-car garage is below this volume. Okay, sorry. Okay. And that's the last image. That's myself just admiring the trees on the side. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
An excellent presentation. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Hang on a second. Are there any questions of the applicant while he's here? Okay. We may reserve the right to ask you a question after the public hearing.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Okay, so I'll open the public hearing. We have several folks that have signed up. Glenn Bishop, followed by Eric Royal and Elizabeth Royal, and then followed by Assad Zaman.
Hi, I'm Glenn Bishop, 521 Wales Court in Coppell. And I think, well, first I just want to say I appreciate the effort that it took to find a way to use this property, and I want to commend them for making such a great effort for that. And also, my property is probably, when he took that photo looking down Grapevine Creek, where he was standing was probably on my property, because it's the middle of we went out to the middle of the creek that abuts his property. So, and as far as, some of the things I'd like to say, number one, regarding the lack of windows on the commercial property facing west, but having the windows facing west on the residential, that residential property is what looks directly into my lot. And so those, and as far as the view I have, when the leaves drop in the fall, winter, I can see all the way across the other side of Denton Tap, down there, basically where Meadow Creek is, a little by the church and everything, south of the church. So that it looked like in that one photo that in the winter you wouldn't be able to see through to our property, but that's not the case. It's when the leaves drop, it's very, very easy to see through there. As far as the number of people, when the staff, well, a couple of things from the staff's perspective. One, we've got about 14 people on our text chain of people concerned about this development. So there may have only been 4 actually reach out officially, but there's a few others concerned as well. Concerned about if it's changed to be zoned residential, that'll be the only residential property on Denton Tap where the driveway opens up onto Denton Tap, as far as I know. Seems more like Houston than Coppell, where you're just having residential and commercial side by side, and the danger of a child wandering out of the property and right onto Denton Tap there. People would not expect that at all. And then as far as the creek, we've lived there for 28 years now, I guess, and the creek has changed substantially in the time that we've lived there. There was quite a war from some of our neighbors up further north on Wales Court with the development that Holmes did with Red Hawk and the problems it caused in the creek with drainage. So I'm not so concerned about the effect on their property. I'm concerned about the effect on our property from what they do and the change in drainage. And I've seen that creek change tremendously. Unfortunately, I've been down there a couple of times this year. My wife more than me, as far as chasing the dog that likes to chase squirrels and has gotten out a couple of times. And we used to be, when we first got there, we could walk from our property onto where what they've purchased. Now you can't really do that because the creek is so high. My concern is just what all this development will do to the other properties around there, and I hate to see the property be damaged, and some of the properties are very close to the creek as it is now. There's already been a lot of erosion, and I'm concerned there's going to be more. Let's see. I think that's probably the most of the points that I want to hit. So I'll go ahead and cede the floor. Thank you.
Quick question for you there. So you mentioned concern about their property looking in on your property. Do you have is it open from your property down to the creek, or do you have a fence?
Yeah, it's an open fence. I mean, it's a metal fence, so you can see through it. It's a 6-foot fence, and our property slopes down, so it opens up more as you go, and it widens out as well. Let's see, and then of course it continues on into the floodplain, and we put our fence before the floodplain.
Okay, thank you very much.
You bet. Thanks.
Sir, what's the acreage of your property?
A little less than an acre, like 0.78, I believe.
Thank you. We have Eric Royal followed by Elizabeth Royal. While they're coming up, I've heard of a lot of things Coppell called, but I've never heard it called Houston. Man, that's harsh.
That is harsh.
Chairman. Eric Royal, 517 Wales Court. And thank you for the commissioners for letting me speak in your time. I'm opposed to the rezoning to residential, but I'm not opposed to the land being improved commercially, like we were told when we bought the property. Beth and I have lived there in Coppell since 1984. We've lived in this house on 517, which is adjacent, very close adjacent to this property since 1995. And so when we purchased this lot and built our house there, the land, we discussed this, this land that we were discussing this evening was designated as commercial. And I had an opportunity at that time to discuss the zoning with a few people, including Mr. Thweet, who owned the land, Dr. Frank Stitch, who has a building just to the north of this, and Frank Bamberg, who built and developed the residential behind there. All the people would confirm that this property was zoned commercial and that there was a consensus that a commercial development in this specific property would be very difficult, more restrictive, and less restrictive to build on. The other properties, like Dr. Stitch's office, which I built for him, and we built without changing any trees. There's a cleaners, there's a oil change, and then there's the hardware store. All commercial, all along that highway. But this piece of property was always planned to be commercial. And to build on it, we were understood it was going to be difficult. So if it's changed by this board recommendation to residential, I think there's less restrictions on residential for the trees, notwithstanding what they're promising to do, the new owners, but what you can do with the trees. My understanding is you can wipe them all out. And so you have a green belt there, and that would really change that area. In commercial, you have a lot of the tree mitigations. I've been in front of a lot of the zoning, and some of the properties in Coppell with lots of trees that are zoned commercial, they're hard to develop, but that's just part of the overall ambience of Coppell. So I believe if the zoning is allowed, rezoning is allowed, it would devalue our property because we would be able to see right up against that residential. Commercial development just is much more difficult to comply with and more expensive. There's several other concerns I have. I'll take some of my wife's time, Beth, because she won't speak, but I just want to know, I'd like the city to consider why the city or P&Z would want residential bordering a major thoroughfare and arguably part of the gateway to the city, and it's a pretty green belt. Why would you want residential there? Opening up right onto the highway. Resident is right on that highway, and so right on that thoroughfare. So in addressing the creek issue, we've had hydraulic engineers and stuff at the back of our property to help with erosion control, and dealt with the city engineer Patterson when he was here. Spent a lot of time and money on that. And the creek has changed, as Glenn mentioned. We understood that you can't really build in the floodway permanently unless it's erosion control or a public right-of-way like a bridge. And so when I look at this structure, it looks like they're building into the floodplain. It may just be piers, but it will impact the hydraulics. That's one of the concerns. But just in closing, I'd ask the city to keep the commercial zoning in place and note again that the rezoning to residential would be a detriment to the existing neighbors and to the gateway to Coppell, and do not see the benefit to this change to the city. And it will damage the residential part of it. Could and would damage the green belt and would set a precedence that the commercial along the right-of-ways can change to residential, possibly set a precedence. I know that's something you have to consider. So just in closing, please leave this land commercial and let the future improvement follow the city guidelines. So thank you for the time.
So if I could capture one of your thoughts there, and some great points. if it was commercial, it would have more restrictive covenants on the property, therefore it would be built, there'd be less intense development on there. That's what you're basically saying, right?
That's what our thinking was. And I could cite some things, like you have to comply with ADA, you have to have probably more fire lanes, more parking, which is lower, to fit on that property. And the property is extremely steep. And so how do you build commercial on there and meet ADA? How do you afford things like elevators? So it just, some of that development is pretty tall. I mean, it's jumping up in the air. I don't know exactly what the height restrictions are, but I know it's a distance back. But it just looks like it's more difficult. I've always thought to be commercial.
Kudos on your development there, the dentistry and saving all the trees back there from back then. That whole area looks really nice back there.
Yep, Frank Stitch, Dr. Stitch, his house married right behind there. He could walk. And it just shows you that the new buyer, Frank, is on a boat in Fiji right now with his wife. He's retired. But the new owners went into his backyard and they've cut down a lot of trees, which you're allowed to do residential. Understand that. That's the way it is. And that's a different owner than Frank. Frank would not let us touch one tree. We all like trees in general, and understand it's hard to work around the trees, but that's one of the reasons we got that property, because that green belt was just absolutely wonderful. And I think it's an enhancement to the city. If it's allowed to be overdeveloped with residential, in my opinion, I feel like it'll change the city completely.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Last Chance Cafe on Elizabeth Royal. Okay. You would have done just fine. You would have done just fine. Assad Zaman? Did I capture that right? Zaman?
Oh, yeah, sure. Zaman, yes. I'm Assad Zaman. I am Glenn's neighbor, just from the next house. And Frank, doctor, was the left-hand side house. So I'm right in the middle. And the property is in content is that in winter, I see through everything. And the reason I moved into this property in 2021 because of the greenbelt. My house was in Flower Mound, was brick and concrete. I hated that. So the only reason I moved there is just for the green and the trees. And the creek even has changed in front of me in such a short time. I see a lot of erosion and the potential for erosion. If the water flow changes from this construction and building of the site, then that's going to affect the hydraulics of the creek. So need a huge scrutiny, engineering terms, I mean. That's number one. And another thing is I love greens, so it would be against the taste and why I lived in that area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak? All right.
I'm Anna Rodriguez, and I live at 204 Olympia Lane, just down the creek from the property. I also do know them personally, the applicants. So I just wrote down a few notes. Obviously, I am for the project. They are longtime residents of Coppell, as he mentioned when he spoke. They've raised 3 kids here. And instead of their kids are gone, they're graduated from college, and instead of leaving like a lot of Coppell residents do somewhere else, they've decided to stay here and invest in our community. So I want to point that out. I think that's something that the commission should consider. I feel, even though we have some residents that live right behind them, I live on the creek too. I have residents that live behind me. Yes, in the winter, the trees lose their leaves, and I can see, the people on the other side of the creek. It's still beautiful. I think one of the other residents that spoke said they're on an acre. I'm on an acre. It's there, you can see it, but it's still gorgeous in the winter and in the spring, and it's great to have a creek lot. As far as that green belt, it is beautiful. Personally, I'm a runner. I run all around Coppell. that's the one spot when I'm running through that I don't feel safe. I don't, like the applicant said, there's people that bring their bikes, they park, they go under that bridge. I know that I'm going to feel a lot safer when there's something that's been built there. It's been empty for a long time, as you guys know. Everybody's mentioned that it's a difficult piece to build on. It absolutely is, but it is zoned commercial right now, and I figure that eventually somebody's going to figure something out. And when they do, it's not going to be as aesthetically pleasing as what the applicants put up there. Obviously, they have really good taste. They're both architects, and they've built something that is going to be very, or they're designing something that's going to be very aesthetically pleasing and very considerate of the environment and the natural landscape. They are high-end structures that I think are going to raise the value of the properties around it, mine included. They're also going to bring small business to Coppell, which I think we're all very positive about. That their architectural firm coming in from Las Colinas to Coppell, that's adds to our tax base, and we all want that. And again, both properties, I think, together are going to improve our tax base. And again, they're not going to leave the area, which obviously if, they can't do what they're proposing to do here, that's a possibility. I would hate for that to happen. Yeah, so that's what I had on my list. I'm definitely, obviously, pro for them to do this. I'd rather see what they're proposing here than some strip shopping center or something that's going to be a lot less aesthetically pleasing, and their, commercial person who builds that is going to be a lot less sensitive to the beauty of the trees than they are. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak for or against the proposed application? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. I do have a couple of questions of staff. And that is one of the items that has crossed my mind about the setting a precedence here with regards to the residential up against Denton Tap and the concern of safety. We kind of talked about that just from a driver expectation perspective. Those that are on Denton Tap screaming down like they're driving like they're in Houston. But with regards to the residential piece, so obviously the architect has gone through great lengths to save or at least build into the site plan a lot of the tree component, preserving the trees. It is true, right? In a residential zone property, you can do what you want with the trees, correct?
Yeah, after it's developed.
So hypothetically, they could build this beautiful structure as designed and decide that they don't like the trees all of a sudden and wipe them out if they wanted to, hypothetically.
Hypothetically.
Okay. That's a very valid point about the more restrictive nature or the more design considerations of commercial that would be placed on the property. If it went to residential, first of all, it's a very difficult property. So congratulations on designing something that's incredibly different and incredibly nice given this property. Now, but I also heard from staff that there have been other proposals for this property that were, what was it, commercial? Let's see, fast food was one, commercial, office. What were some of those, Mary?
Remind me if so we had one person looking at it for fast food, another one for some offices, but they couldn't make the parking work and maneuvering on site. We've had other people looking to build townhouses on there. So we've had other people come, but it is, it's definitely a challenging site.
Okay.
And this has made the most sense for us.
So I would like to bring Cole back down if we could. Question regarding the hydraulics. So I heard comments regarding Red Hawk that made some changes to downstream flow, when that development occurred, any changes in the trees or structures in the area would have an effect. From your perspective and your analysis of the floodway, do you see anything of the proposed development that could cause concern in creating a change in the floodway, just altering the hydraulics and making a change that would be detrimental to the other property owners?
So they're not proposing anything that would be changing the hydraulic section of the creek. All of their piers and everything are located outside of the flood zone, the regulatory floodplain. They're not proposing any grading within the floodplain. If they were to want to do any sort of development or piers or anything within the floodplain, any walls or anything like that, they would have to submit a floodplain development permit. They'd have to go submit a flood study proving that there's no adverse impact. But they're keeping all of their improvements outside of the flood zone. As far as with impervious surface, there will be slight increase in runoff from the site versus what it already is. But really, it's a drop in the bucket of what's along the creek. What they're proposing, they're incorporating a lot of pervious surfaces. Like the applicant stated, he's seeking to allow the water to percolate into the ground, which that will help reduce the potential runoff from the site versus if he had just come in and proposed to do paving everywhere, which would be what we would typically see in a development, which would be more detrimental to the creek.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Any questions while Cole's here? Ready?
I do have a question. So, I applaud them for, keeping the root system of the trees. So my concern was more the privacy issue, with the neighbors in the back. So, I don't know the exact elevation of the residential structure, but if they were to lower that, then they would actually start impacting the root system and digging into the property. Is that correct?
So what they're currently proposing for most of their areas is it's all on piers except for where it connects at the bank close to the roadway. And that's part of that is there are a few minor areas where the corners of like their permeable deck, those are actually extended over the floodplain about 5 feet in some locations. But all of the support structure and everything is located outside the floodplain or well above the floodplain elevation. So none of their improvements are getting down into that flood zone. If they were to lower it, that would be more of a concern.
Because right now, it's just the swimming pool and the driveway that are, from typical construction, is going to be excavated, right? Because everything else, pier and beam, right?
Right.
Okay. So again, like I said, if they were to lower that structure, then they would be potentially impacting the root system.
Yeah, from the cross sections they've shown us, they're showing to do very little grading work on the site, which that is better for all the vegetation in that area.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions while Cole's here? Thank you very much. So in a commercial scenario, Mary, there'd be a requirement for more parking, which could then create more runoff issues.
So, the proposed office building is one of the least types of commercial that requires parking, right? It's
Sure.
1 per 300
Sure. Mhm.
versus as soon as you start going retail or medical, it starts going from 1 to 300 to 1 to 200, 1 to 175. If you have a restaurant, 1 to 100. So yeah, definitely more parking would be required, which, would definitely change the whole dynamic of how you use that property.
And what about the concern of precedent setting? Here we are with a commercial property in a commercial corridor. We're allowing a residential lot. This is the same, no different when we had the residential on 121. Remember we had 10, 12 lots that wanted to come in there, right?
I think with this, it's a PD and it's one house, and it's, it's his house, his office. So I think that plays a part into it as well. It's not, we're not like allowing a whole street of houses onto Denton Tap, because we did talk about that. So with the one house, I think we're okay with that.
Okay. Obviously, I'm wrestling with this one. This is one of the best designs I've seen come across this commission in a long, long time. This is very good, but I'm also sensitive to the comments that I've heard. So I'm really wrestling with this one. In one perspective, it's just the applicant has done so much to preserve what's there, and the design is so unique that and then based on the preliminary engineering analysis, that there would be minimal impact. But I see the concern on privacy, but you'd have a privacy issue if that was commercial. I mean, to me, this is such a unique property and so difficult to work with that this is like, wow, this is really incredible. So I'm kind of wrestling right now. So, yes, sir.
Mary, excuse me. The office down the street is a dental office, or orthodontics, I think it is. Is that right? It's an orthodontics office, dental office. And that's coming right off of into Denton Tap, correct? And there's like maybe 10 parking spaces in that building or something of that nature, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many.
Yeah, but somewhere around there. Have there been any issues leaving that space coming onto Denton Tap that you're aware of?
Not that I know of.
Because it's really low impact traffic, presumably, in terms of that one office being right there. I mean, it looks.
Actually, medical dental is a higher trip generator than office. And so there's more impact, but it's at different times, 10 to 2 from a traffic perspective than during typical peak hour. So, I mean, the proposed site would be minimal impact. You know, I'm assuming client meetings would be throughout the day.
I guess what I'm saying is I get the precedent that's being asked here to change commercial to residential is troubling, of course. And it's a very high-traffic street, but we do have small uses on that street with direct access to Denton Tap that have seemingly no impact, or danger to anyone.
Right. So, part of when we looked at it, we did look at the future land use map, which did show it as residential. I think our bigger concern would be if you try to get, a whole string of houses. That is not something that we were looking to have. Mm-hmm. With the one house, this is kind of a unique situation, like you said, and the way it's being presented, I think helped with us looking at it, independently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of a mind bender, to the chairman's point, changing it from commercial to residential. But what about the trees? I mean, can you have like a special use permit or some kind of way to protect those trees? Say that the applicant, at some point decides to move to Florida or whatever, maybe Houston, who knows, Is there a way to protect those trees So
I think Matt was suggesting that there might be an opportunity to do some kind of conservation easement. We can look at that and see if that's.
Would the applicant be open to some measures of that nature?
We have submitted a tree survey, and we have surveyed 112 trees. We have proposed to remove some of the trees that are in poor condition, and some of the trees that also are within the footprint of the buildings. But once the tree survey is approved, then all the trees that remain on the site are protected. So nobody will be able to come after me or even ourselves and just cut down the tree.
But you would be open to a conservation easement or of that nature that would protect those trees permanently?
Yes,
Okay.
actually they will be protected. As soon as we turn in the survey, they are protected. Actually, it is called protected trees. There is a list of protected trees in our submission.
Okay. Okay.
Would you like to correct that, please? That
Right, so once the development is approved, then they kind of stand alone. The residential stands alone, the commercial stands alone. The commercial is subject to, like if you want to cut down trees, you are subject to the tree mitigation impacts. Once the residential is approved, you know, if someone came in and they did want to cut a tree down or whatever, it is subject to different regulations. But what we were discussing was, you know, perhaps we could do some kind of conservation easement that would preserve it. So there's different methods to accomplish that. Obviously, if a tree is dying, you want to be able to cut it down. But I think we can probably come up with something, you know, that would address your concerns.
Sir, how many trees
his intentions.
in your plan are you anticipating cutting down?
Oh, I don't have that number at this moment, sir. But I think for the commercial side, no, I don't have the number.
But you said the total number of trees on the site, commercial and residential, is 112? Is that what you said?
Yes, that is
Okay.
correct.
But you don't have a number of trees that you're taking out? You don't have that number yet?
It's in the tree survey, but I don't have that number on top of my head.
Does staff know?
Like we said, it's in the survey. I don't have it off the top of my head.
And many of those trees are in poor condition. This site has been there forever. Nobody has touched it. Nobody has taken care of these trees. There are trees that are very tall, that give shade to other trees, and they are malnourished. Some of the trees have fallen. There are tree trunks laying down on the ground. And so this is the survival of the fittest. There are weak trees. There are trees with decay at the base that need to be removed for the safety of the passerbys and of the future users. And all of that is documented in the tree survey.
Mm-hmm. It looks like about 10, just from the scan here. Okay. It looked, I just scanned, just roughly counting it, but yeah. Okay. Can you elaborate real quick on the clientele and client meetings of the office space?
Yeah, very few client meetings. We do a lot of international work, and so most of the time architects go to the client's offices. Yeah, it's almost always the case.
Yeah.
So
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I do have some questions. You know, you've heard other people come up and some of the challenges and issues that they have with your proposed development. You know, could you address some of the things that they had mentioned? You know, again, one of the things is about privacy too. You know, your windows facing their backyard. Is there anything that you could do to mitigate that? And then, you know, maybe talk about the concerns about impacting the hydraulics of the creek. So again, you know, you listened to what they had said.
Yeah.
Any response in regards to that?
Yeah. Regarding the hydraulics, this poses a very small impact, almost nothing. You've seen the grading plan. We are almost leaving the site untouched, except for the requirement of a concrete driveway for the garbage truck for the residential site and for the far lane of the commercial side. So if we didn't have that requirement, we wouldn't build any driveway, just one to enter our garage. And even beyond the gates in the residential development, we have pervious pavement, so there won't be any runoff from our inside the compound. Okay. Now, regarding the views across the creek, we've been on that creek, on other properties, and you can see during the winter, it's inevitable to see the properties across the creek. It is the reality of all creeks in Coppell. But here in this creek, there's a lot of trees with low canopy, and it is very hard to see through to the other side unless you intend to see and really get close to the creek and try to see what's beyond. It will be rare to be looking at somebody else's property on a daily basis. Yeah, I don't see it. And our house it looks towards Grapevine Creek more than to the west, so it's looking towards the creek that goes under the bridge. Because there are two creeks here. One is Grapevine Creek, and the other one is unnamed. And I think that is where most of the property owners neighbor our property. That's the concern of the property owners, that creek that doesn't have a name, that is on the west side of the property. Yeah. But we intend to direct the house to look into Grapevine Creek, which is a major, it's a bigger creek. Yeah. But as I show you in the pictures, even the one taken in February, you don't see across much unless you come close to the edge of the creek and really try to see what's beyond. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, I don't know if I closed the public hearing, but if anyone else who'd like to speak, public hearing? Okay, for or against the proposed application, I'll close the public hearing. Okay, any deliberation amongst the commission here?
I gotta tell you, it's a unique design from an architectural standpoint. I'm in favor of letting them do it. I don't think you're gonna get anything built there other than a Shake Shack, Arby's, a restaurant, which will be worse for the neighbors. It'll be worse for the land tract. It'll be worse for traffic on Denton Tap. So this is about the best proposal you're gonna see this decade.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to echo that. I mean, this is probably one of the toughest sites in Coppell that we have to develop. And I've been here, 26, 27 years. I'm tired of seeing that for sale sign on that place. I mean, you look at it and you look at the creek and you go, who's going to be able to develop that thing?
Yeah.
If you require that site to remain commercial, it's like, what do they call it? The site would be undevelopable, period. You're never going to get a commercial property on that site. The guy, the applicant has done an amazing job of being sensitive to the environment, and as long as there's a conservation easement part of this, required in this plan to protect the trees and protect the neighbors and their views and such, I'm for this project.
I agree. Again, a very difficult site, great design. Actually, the only concern I have is more the privacy, but, you know, like was mentioned before, you know, these issues occur throughout Coppell. You know, you're on one side and all of a sudden development occurs on the other side, and it's hard to balance, but again, I agree with everybody else. It's great design for such a unique site, so.
So it would be an added condition if it were a motion from an added condition to on this. Okay. If there's no other deliberation, is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that item 10 be approved. And I'm trying to look at where it's PD 309 SF-12 Forest Creek, lots 1 and 2, Block A. Subject to the staff conditions, plus the addition that the applicant shall, by the time city council rolls around, work with staff on a conservation easement to preserve as many of the trees on his plan as is possible.
We have a motion by Commissioner Portman. Is there a second?
I second it.
We have a second by Commissioner Hafman. Boy, sorry. I'm sorry, Matt?
The conservation easement, that would take the tree preservation plan as is, because he is proposing to take out some trees.
Yes.
Then put that on top of that, right?
That is correct.
It's not to save all the trees, even the ones he's proposing.
No, it's after he does his development.
Okay. So we have a motion by Commissioner Portman and a second by Commissioner Hafman. Shelby, would you call the roll, please?
Please respond by saying aye or nay as I call your name. Commissioner Guerra?
Aye.
Vice Chairman Portman?
Aye.
Chairman Haas?
Aye.
Commissioner Mauer?
Aye.
Commissioner Hafman?
Aye.
All approved, none opposed, motion carries.
Okay, very good. Item 11 this evening is the minor plat. This is the Forest Creek Lots 1 and 2, Block A minor plat. Consider approval of Forest Creek Lots 1 and 2, Block A, a minor plat to allow the development of a residence and professional office building on 2 lots totaling 2.05 acres of property located on the west side of South Denton Tap Road, approximately 450 feet north of West Bethel Road, at the request of Jose Fernando Terruya of FTA Design Studio. Mary, with the staff presentation.
Okay. Item 11, the last item on our agenda. So obviously this is a companion item to the plan development that we just heard. Essentially, it's showing the lots and the fire lanes, how they'll be platted. Obviously, this lot has many challenges and limited area for development. So staff is recommending approval of Forest Creek Addition, lots 1 and 2, Block A, minor plat, subject to the following conditions. 1, there may be additional comments during detailed engineering plan review. 2, tree mitigation fees shall be paid at the time of tree removal permit. 3, the plat cannot be filed prior to zoning being approved. And 4, that park fees are required for the residential lot. That is all.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mary. Any questions of staff by the commission? Anything that needs to be added with regards to conservation easement or anything like that?
Maybe. We'll see. Yeah, so we'll look into that. So you can add that. Like, if we need to show it, we'll have that added.
Okay. Any other questions of staff? Is there a motion to approve?
Make it. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve Forest Creek Addition minor plat, subject to the staff's conditions and the potential reference on the plat to the environmental easement and tree preservation easement.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Portman. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second, Commissioner Hafman. Shelby, would you call the roll, please?
Please respond by saying aye or nay as I call your name. Commissioner Guerra?
Aye.
Vice Chairman Portman?
Aye.
Chairman Haas?
Aye.
Commissioner Mauer?
Aye.
Commissioner Hafman?
Aye.
All approved, none opposed, motion carries.
So thank you to both the applicant for an exceptional design concept. Thank you for the residents coming out to provide your input. We wouldn't have this kind of deliberation without it, so thank you all. Okay, item 12 this evening is update on council actions. Mary?
So August 8th at City Council, they did approve the ordinances for the Popeyes and the Tim Hortons that came before you last month or the month before. They also approved the accessory structure regulations for carports and garages to have its own section. And we did also approve the interlocal agreement between Coppell and Louisville.
Okay, very good. Thank you much, Mary. So welcome to Kent Hafman. Welcome aboard to the commission. Obviously, some great questions. We had some good testers tonight, performed admirably, so welcome aboard. Sorry that Sue left us, feeling a little ill tonight, but Sue, I hope you're feeling better there. And Shelby, Amanda, I apologize for tanking your name. So, all righty. With that, the time is 10:05, and I adjourn this meeting.